Welcome to The Eye. This is live at the Potato Expo here in Austin, Texas. It's the 11th Potato Expo. With me is John Keeling, who is the man who put this together, who created this. John, again, congratulations.
Thank you.
I walked around the show floor early this morning. People are just coming in after the ribbon cutting, but it's, as always, a huge success, even before it gets started.
Well, and I'll tell you, Phil, what makes it successful is the people that come, obviously, just in terms of numbers, but it's who they are and the affection they have for each other. The potato industry is an amazing industry. People enjoy each other's company, they enjoy each other's camaraderie, they enjoy sharing ideas, and there's just, anywhere you go, like particularly the bar last night, there was a lot of buzz and there is a lot of excitement, a lot of energy, so that's what makes it happen here.
Well, in fact, you know, we weren't invited to the bar, but we went to another bar down the street last night, but the excitement in the hotel lobby bar was phenomenal. I mean, you couldn't even hear it. The sound was deafening, and everybody, you know, shaking hands and hugging each other because they hadn't seen each other for a year.
Right.
So this is great.
No, it's an important event from a business perspective. It's also an important event from a social perspective. I mean, if you look at agriculture, we're continuing to get less and less people involved. Less and less people growing more and more acres. And so the importance of those people to everybody in the industry grows as they become smaller. So it's pretty exciting. And also, weather's been pretty dadgum good.
Yeah.
So that's nice. Yeah.
So, you know, and you're a Texas boy.
Yes.
So you love the fact that we're in Austin this year.
I do love the fact that we're in Austin. I came to Austin before I was actually born. First time.
I don't think you can do that.
Yes, you can. My mother brought me. But before I was born, my grandmother lived here for over 80 years, and so I came here a lot and I've always liked it. It's hard to imagine what Austin has become, the size and scope of it, but it's a high-energy town. And why don't I talk, in a minute, I know you're going to ask me to give me a chance to talk about it, but I want to talk about, we got a great speaker coming, Roy Spence, who is a Texas native and an Austin native, who's going to really epitomizes the excitement that you're going to feel. You're going to enjoy him yourself personally, I'm sure.
So I also want to go back to your family for a second.
Okay.
So your family has a long history in Texas. You know, your dad was a famous, not your dad, your grand uncle, I think was a famous sheriff.
My great uncle was a famous sheriff.
Yeah.
He was actually shot while on duty in 1898. But yeah, no, we've been
political reasons.
For political reasons. Political. He was ambushed and shot for political reasons. My family came here in about 1840s and been here a long time. My brother still lives here. My sister lived here, and they're all coming to Expo, which is fun too.
Yeah.
So no, I do enjoy Texas, and it's a place apart.
So behind us is the Innovation Hub. So you started this, I guess, 2 or 3 years ago, and we have, I think it's over 20 different presentations. So today we're going to get started at 1 o'clock, insights into metamsodium movement in soil, how to improve application patterns. And I just want to point out that one of the important things about the Potato Expo is this is for the growers. This is to educate them. This is where they come every year to talk about water and soil health as well as potatoes. And it really becomes, you know, the master's degree, if you would, for farmers. And this year, I just saw a report that came out a couple months ago that we're seeing more younger farmers than ever before, more educated than ever before. And as technology is playing a bigger role in farming, whether it's drones, whether it's water conservation, farmers are really stepping up.
There's no question about it. Two things. One is The age is we're getting younger and younger here at Expo, which is a good thing. But the
You
technology,
mean we're
not
getting
you and I
younger?
are not.
Okay,
no.
okay.
No, they can.
I just want to check.
They can see that. This is they can. There's an audio and video
Right.
on this, right? So they can see this. But the age of the group here is getting younger, which is a good thing. But on the technology side, I was talking to a grower yesterday, and he was telling me that they were using infrared sensing to measure appropriate water levels during irrigation. And I thought, wow, that's cutting edge.
Mm-hmm.
When did you start that, 2 or 3 years ago? And he says, no, 30 years ago. So things that to most people would seem, even people close to industry, would seem like to be really out there in the forefront are things that these guys incorporated a long time ago. Yeah, the level of technology that they've adopted to continue to become more and more efficient. We're growing about the same amount of acres of potatoes that we were growing 25 or 30 years ago. The same amount of acres, and we're producing 3 times as many potatoes. So the productivity of what these guys do, the technology that they bring to bear is impressive, and that you see it on display throughout the trade show area.
And also, I was talking to a farmer, not a potato farmer, about 2-3 weeks ago, and she was telling me that because of drones and so on, she can not only water, but also fertilizer and so on, do it within a 2-inch square. And she has something like 14,000 acres.
Yeah, the precision agriculture. And the other thing about precision agriculture, it has a sustainability side too, because when you're going through the field in that precise manner, you cover the field more quickly. You take less miles of driving in a tractor to get the same job done. So it's improving your sustainability. So yeah, what they do is pretty amazing in terms of. In fact, they read books in the tractor and now.
Yeah.
Because the
they're on their
tractor's
cell phone.
The tractor's doing all the work. In fact, when you want to call and talk to a farmer, you can catch him when he's plowing the field. It's a great time for it.
Yeah, and I've been looking around to see if there's any drones just like floating around here, but I don't think they allow us.
No
here in the
drones,
convention
no
center.
drones. And even we're now involved in how drones will be regulated and what will be required to be used. And so we want to see sensible rules there so that farmers can use them. The technology that are being developed to be used for drones where they can sense and find disease plants, all those kinds of things that it's just amazing where we're going to go with all that.
Well, John, congratulations on another great Potato Expo.
Thank you, Phil, for being at another Potato Expo.
No, it's always great. Love being here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, and John will be back tomorrow, giving us a recap of everything that we're doing.
What time will I be back tomorrow?
You're, I think, the last slot
the
tomorrow
last one.
to give us
perfect.
To give us a
Close it
recap.
down. Perfect.
You open it up, you close it down. We have a great reception tonight. We also have the Spud Nation Throwdown at 5 o'clock today, and it's going to be the best Spud Nation Throwdown ever. We're going to be live streaming it again on Facebook Live as well as on YouTube. So if you're not here in Austin, join us online, and if you are here in Austin, make sure you're here for the Spud Nation Throwdown, because also there's a rumor that there's free cocktails.
That could be the way it always worked. Free beer tomorrow. It could be one of those kind of deals. But anyway, we'll see how it works.
John,
Thank you,
thanks
Phil.
again. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We're back at the Eye, live right here at the Austin Convention Center. It's Potato Expo time. This is one of those events every year that I really look forward to, because it's the opportunity to talk to the experts, not only about potatoes, but about agriculture. We talk to farmers, we talk to producers, we talk to the people who keep our water and soil, clean, and also we get to talk to people like this guy, the co-editor of World Potato Markets, Cedric Porter, who's based in the UK.
Yep.
And thank you for joining us once again. So, I've got to tell you, and I know this is a question you're probably asked every 5 minutes. So let's start with Brexit.
Okay.
What kind of disaster is Brexit for ag and for potatoes?
Is it a disaster? To me, it's a sort of bit striking. Coming from England, political chaos over borders and relationship with neighbours, come here and it seems a similar issues. But yeah, Brexit, a key week coming up. We've got a big vote next week on the Theresa May, the Prime Minister's deal that was negotiated with the EU. It looks like she might just sneak it, but it looks more likely that it will be defeated, and then we're into unknown territory. And for me, I think it's going to be a delay of Brexit, which is meant to happen at the end of March, and I think that will be delayed. But that puts us into a real uncertainty. And for farmers, there is a great sort of uncertainty. There's a fear that if there is what they call a cliff edge Brexit, where there's no deal, then there will be tariffs on imports and exports. The suppliers of fertilizers and feed and other inputs have made contingency plans and tried to bring as much from the EU into the UK as much as they can before the Brexit date, just in case there are any problems of supply. For EU potato fry producers, there's about 20,000 trucks of fries go from mainly Netherlands and Belgium into the UK every year. So a delay to that, any tariffs on that, 15% tariffs is a big issue. UK farmers now know that they are going to get a different support regime. At the moment they get direct supports. That is going to stop from 2021. It's going to be gradually reduced to nothing by about 2028, and some sort of payments for environmental and social public goods, they're calling it. So some real significant changes. You say a disaster. I think there are farmers who are thinking, and actually this would probably be my view, that if Brexit is going to happen, let's do it in a positive way. At the moment, it seems to be a problem that's trying to manage rather than an opportunity that's trying to be grasped. If you're looking at the global market is outside Europe. Europe's the first continent in the world ever to be having the population declining outside war and famine and disease. So if the European market is going to grow, it's going to have to be looking outside the world. And this is where it competes with the US and North America. A presentation at the Business Summit. Opportunities there this year for Canadian and US exporters because of a big drought in Europe last year. Europe's smallest production of potatoes ever, and much more consolidation in 4 or 5 countries that produce.
So why is the crop the smallest ever?
This was
because of the weather conditions.
Yeah, fewer potatoes have been planted and grown over the last 20-30 years, particularly since the decline of the fall of the Berlin Wall 30 years ago. Potatoes became a much more sort of consolidated crop. You're now getting larger growers growing it, and there's more than 50% of the crop European crop is now just grown in 5 countries: France, Netherlands, Germany, UK and Belgium. So it's a sort of consolidating crop. But when we had the drought last year, worst drought for 40 years, temperatures well into the 90s for a long period of time, potatoes were really badly hit because only about sort of 30% of the crop is irrigated, so very much affected by the lack of water.
So needless to say, in the past year, And until we talk again next year at the
Yep,
Potato Expo,
yep.
you're going to be very busy.
It's a busy time.
Reporting on this.
I'm writing
Yeah.
about Brexit and
Yeah.
potatoes. I suppose for journalists and consultants, then
It's an exciting time.
It's an
Yeah.
exciting. It is exciting. Just looking forward to Las Vegas. I had the thought that we've got Potato Expo at the same time as the CES
Yes.
tech show. Is there anything that we can do? In terms of agricultural tech, it seems that's I know we
It's
talked
a
about
perfect
last
mix,
year.
yes.
There's a massive growth in that and massive investment in that. Just looking at the John Deere presentation at the business.
John Deere, you look at everything. In fact, John Keeling and I were just talking about,
Yeah.
I was talking to a farmer, not a potato farmer, but a row crop farmer, just about 2 weeks ago. And she was telling me that now they can both identify irrigation and fertilizer in 2-inch squares, and she has 14,000
Yeah,
acres.
yeah.
Wow.
This is exciting because
Yeah.
we need to produce more from the land we've got.
Yep.
To protect the land, the more vulnerable land for environmental
Yeah.
purposes. It's again very exciting times. For me, that longer term challenge of addressing climate change and using tech and things like that. That's where the real excitement. Some of the nitty gritty of the politics of I think
Yep.
we're getting a bit fed up with that. We want to be
We
looking
are.
forward to
We
it.
are. And on that note, Cedric, as always,
Thanks very
so
much.
much.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you for keeping us all informed about what's going on globally with potatoes. So,
My
quick
pleasure.
break.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Ratoncito le gusta danza cuando estudió en la escuela. Pajarito se cubre botín cuando visita a su abuela. Si necesita una amiga, debe hablar con ratoncito. Si quiere ser mi amante, debe ser alta y delgadita. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves, todo. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves.
We're back live. Now, I don't know if we can get a shot. Maybe if you can take a look over here to my left. This is Potatoes USA. We're going to move the camera and just see everything that's going on here. So you see the guys playing basketball. You can take your picture as a female farmer or a male farmer. You can also get all kinds of cool stuff. And Potatoes USA for me is really the face of potatoes to consumers, to restaurateurs around the country. I love the potato farmer this year. That's new. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
So with me is the guy who's responsible for all this stuff, the Chief Marketing Officer of Potatoes USA. John, congratulations on yet another, great year of getting that potato message out there.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it has been a really good year. And I think that our booth or our expo experience helps to explain how excited we are about potatoes. And as you pointed out with the basketball shot, we're really excited that potatoes are the performance vegetable.
And that's a lot of the research that, if I recall, you guys started maybe even 2 years ago, really working with universities around the country to be able to have scientific proof on how potatoes help performance. So forget about the Gatorade, forget about all these things, the protein powders, it's the potato.
It is the potato, and that's amazing that you just brought up the Alliance for Potato Research and Education that we've been working through, because this morning we got a report from one of our researchers from the University of Illinois where he did a very intensive bike challenge for elite athletes, and he fed them goos or gels and potatoes. And believe it or not, the potatoes performed as well or better than those commercial goos and gels in that endurance test.
And also, not to denigrate them, but you look at the ingredients on some of those gels and stuff like that, you go, oh my God, and so many of them are loaded with sugars.
Exactly.
So, I mean, potato or artificial everything loaded with sugar, not really a choice here.
Not at all. And that was one of the things the athletes really stressed afterwards was, I'm so excited because here's a real food, a real product that I know and love that I can consume and have just as good or better benefit than these made-up type of products.
So let me ask you a question. I know you're not a scientist, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So when I look at a lot of these athletes, you know, they're consuming products in pouches and in tubes and stuff like that. So is that one of the delivery vehicles for potatoes? And, you know, I guess it's mashed potatoes without all the butter and salt and everything else.
Right. So that is a challenge or an area that we need to work on. And yes, one of the things that people use is just take a Ziploc, fill it with mashed potatoes, add a little extra salt because you need the sodium in there, and then just cut a little hole and squeeze it just like you would any other tube. It fits perfectly in the back of a bike jersey. Another thing that's interesting is that ultra marathons, the really long ones, they just have big bowls of boiled potatoes with a lot of salt on them, and the athletes just stop and eat those potatoes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. And as you can tell, I'm not an athlete, so I wouldn't know that. But I think we can go in business.
Yes.
If you look at those pouches that now everything comes in them, you know, Plum started it with baby food. Now there's a lot of chia products and so on in it. We just have to put potatoes and salt in those little pouches.
That's exactly right. And actually, Potatoes USA has an ingredient program, and that's one of the things we're going to be focusing on this next year, is introducing this concept to food manufacturers about how they can produce performance-type foods that are utilizing potatoes and improve the delivery mechanism.
So let's also talk about the recipe program, because you guys have fabulous recipes both for restaurateurs as well as consumers. Where do we stand on that? And what this year, I was looking at the booklet before, I apologize, I forgot what it's called, that have the recipes, and I also saw beautiful pictures of sushi-like products that are made with potatoes.
Yes. So that's our what we call lookbook for the food service industry. And we held an innovation session where we brought in really high-caliber chefs this summer, and they came up with all those new approaches to ways of delivering potatoes in exciting, from sushi to pupusas to all sorts of on-trend, plant-forward foods. And one of the things that just happened, and I just tried it this morning, is that Wendy's, as a result of an innovation session they did with us, has just introduced a breakfast bowl. And it is a bowl of potato wedges topped with eggs and sausage or bacon. It's delicious, it's pretty inexpensive, and it is a nice serving of potatoes. So that's where we're going with this innovation.
So, you know, potatoes are getting more versatile, as you point out. American Airlines, I fly a lot, I'm in the Admirals Club a lot, and every month they do something different in the Admirals Club.
Okay.
From a food standpoint, from a food station standpoint. So they did guacamole and so on. So last month in December, what they did, which I found fascinating, is they did hash browns.
Okay.
That was the base, and then they had probably 20 different toppings that you could put on top of hash browns.
Exciting.
And it was everything from shrimp to different sauces and so on. The line was, probably 20 people deep
Right.
to get hash browns. And it wasn't just in the morning. It went through, I think, till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, that's what's so great about potatoes and makes our job so easy is that everyone loves them. Whenever you do a dish with potatoes, you result in high demand by consumers. We did a survey of food service operators and we asked them, why do you use potatoes? And the number one reason is because their customers love them. So all these innovations resonate from that perspective.
Health, taste, versatility, price.
Correct.
I mean, all that. So, John, congratulations on yet another great year for Potatoes
Appreciate it.
USA. But I think that this year, when you do the innovation, you might want to invite somebody to be a taster for that.
Okay, Phil, we'll
trying to
keep
get
that
there.
in mind.
Yeah, trying to get there.
All
Okay,
right.
we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. You know what I'm going to say. Live from the Austin Convention Center, the Eye at the Potato Expo. The crowds are starting to come in. You can see that. And in just a little bit, at about 1 o'clock, we start at the Innovation Hub. And then don't forget, at 5 o'clock, we do the Spud Nation Throwdown. We have 3 famous Austin chefs competing. Simon Muljar from the Food Network is going to be the host this year. Hey, they retired me as host. They needed somebody who really knew what they were talking about, and he's also going to be doing some demos tomorrow. So make sure if you're here at the Potato Expo, come by the Innovation Center, come by Spud Nation Throwdown, and if you're viewing us from home, from your office, stay tuned, because we're also going to be broadcasting the Spud Nation Throwdown live again this year, and also taking some of your comments. So with me now, I've got 2 of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to ag, when it comes to potatoes. First up, Mark, who's the president and CEO of the United Potato Growers of America. Mark, always great to see you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. And Stephen, this is the first time you and I have met.
Yes, that's right.
Stephen Nicholson, vice president of Rabo Research and Rabobank.
Rabo is right.
Rabo, okay. And I want to start with you. When I look at what you do, and all of agriculture comes to you for funding.
Yes.
I mean, that's the bottom line. They come to you, they say, I need money to grow my crops, to invest in technology. So what's the overarching trend that we're seeing that you look for as a good bet? It's not just somebody coming to you saying, I want to, grow more potatoes.
Sure.
You're looking for different criteria.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing right now is do they have working capital that's available? And that's been a challenge as we've seen prices over the last 5 years go down.
And climate change affecting loss of crops and so on.
And loss of crops, we're looking to see how their working capital. Have they been able to either grow that? Is it diminished and there's none? So we certainly look at that. Debt load's important, but it's really, are they generating that working capital on a yearly basis that they can, stay in business for another year? So that's really the first place people look.
So I don't want to get into a lot on the Farm Bill, but certainly the Farm Bill, has crop insurance and so on. Are you happy with the result of the Farm Bill? Is that going to help farmers?
Well, I think, the Farm Bill is always a debate and always a controversy going through.
Debate, yep.
I think, I don't know that I would say that the bank is happy or unhappy with the Farm Bill. The fact is we still have crop insurance, which is extremely important to the producers.
Yep.
I think the other thing that looking at the thing from a row crop perspective, which is I focus most of my time on, is the fact that, the PLC and the ARC programs were made a little more flexible. And there was some more flexibility for producers. For example, they made that decision, they were locked in for the entire life of that last Farm Bill.
Right.
Now they can look at it year to year and make decisions. So I think, all this has added some flexibility, will be useful for the farmers, but really when you get right down to it, the crop insurance is the most important thing for them when we go forward.
So Mark, give us the state of the industry of potatoes today. What's happened in the past year, what the future looks like, and what are you most excited about?
Absolutely, Phil. Happy to do that, and thanks again for having me back here. We just had a terrific business summit this morning, by the way, where we talked about some of the exact same things you're asking about. Stephen was kind enough to be one of the presenters there, and we just had a great lineup of speakers, and I know you're interviewing the rest of them, so my thanks to you and all of them for putting this on. So, the current status of the potato market. So I talked about it a little bit in there. Let me talk about the segmentation of how we look at it in terms of 3 major varieties in the fresh world: yellows, reds, and russet potatoes. And in the yellow world, it's a really interesting dynamic right now. We see continued year-over-year growth, have now for the last 8 or 9 years, with an annual growth rate of about almost 10%, 9.3%, which is pretty incredible in the fresh
And yellow
world.
is the largest sector?
No, yellow russet is the largest sector.
Got it,
correct.
okay.
But my point being, yellows are growing so significantly that they're now, 9 years ago, they made up 4% of the fresh market. They now make up almost 11%, so significant growth there. And russets have actually trended slightly in the other direction, but more on that in a second. So anyway, we're seeing terrific growth in the yellow market. And along with that growth, however, is we've seen good and stable pricing, which is sometimes when you have a supply increase, everybody knows supply and demand, that you can have a situation where prices can be a casualty of that. And in the yellow situation, they've been good and they've been stable, so we're very happy to see that. In the red category, which is also a little more minor category, but almost 16% of the market, and it's been fairly stable and also seeing good pricing, which is another good thing. On the russet side of the game, it's about 72-73% of the market. It's really the rest of the fresh marketplace. And I'm happy to report, actually, for the last year and this year, prices have been good in the russet market. We've had 2 years of some consistency and some stability there that we haven't really seen in the 4 or 5 years prior to that, where prices had been under pressure. So we're very happy to see that. The outlook going forward is also positive. The rest of this year, there's some dynamics at play. I think you had probably Cedric up here and
yes.
talking about
You're
the
talking about
European
global
situation.
and exports.
Yeah. And it's a very challenging situation in Europe. Their crop is down significantly. Well, that's not great for them. It's certainly something we have to understand.
It's good for us. Yeah,
we have to understand.
right.
I didn't want to say that to Cedric, but yeah.
Yes, exactly. But it is good for U.S. growers and to understand that the dynamics that are occurring in the marketplace, so that they can supply the right amount of potatoes and make the right strategic pricing decisions. So it's very good.
So also, let's talk about Mexico for a second, because I know that Mexico is a huge importer of fried potatoes.
Right.
And how is that going with everything that's going on with our discussions with Mexico?
Yeah, so very good question. And it's an important export market for us. The second most important one behind Canada that we export all potatoes forms to. In the fresh potato world, we can import or export potatoes into Mexico within a 26-kilometer zone. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to open the rest of Mexico up to our fresh imports. Now, on the frozen side of things, what you asked about, we have access to all of Mexico, and that's been a tremendously good market. Sad to say, though, however, that there's been some retaliatory tariffs put in place on frozen French fries, and that has impacted the supply into Mexico a little bit. We're at a disadvantage to, for example, Canada, Australia, the European market, and they've taken advantage of it. So Mexico's imports from those other countries have risen, and exports from the U.S. have actually dropped because of that. But still a very important market, and we're hoping to get some relief on that tariff situation.
So now we're going to have a quiz. Okay? And Tony, our executive producer, gave me these things. So do you guys know what happened in 8000 BC in the potato world?
I have no idea. I'll leave it to the potato expert.
They grew the first potato in Peru.
Okay, well, the Andeans in the highest mountain plains domesticated wild potatoes, selecting for traits that let them survive the evening frost that killed other plants.
There you go.
There you go.
So
Good
you get an extra mug.
Well, thank you.
We're going to take back your mug.
Okay, that's fine.
And Tony, thank you for these facts. And I'm going to be putting together all these facts throughout all of these. And one that's coming up, and you're going to want to stay tuned for this, is how potatoes went from a love drug to a miracle crop. You guys know that?
I don't know that one.
Don't do the answer. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Gentlemen, thank you so much for everything you do
Thank you, Phil.
for
Thank you so much.
all the potato world.
Excellent. Thank you.
We'll be right back. Another interesting fact that Tony gave me, back to, and pay attention, Tiffany, because you probably don't know this. And we're doing brief history of the potato world.
Okay.
Okay, so
Great.
What we have is in 100 CE, the pioneering of underground freezers, natural freezers, and a potato-based tax system, and the enslavement of peasant farmers fueled the rise of the Incan Empire. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
I did not know that. That's why we keep Tony around to do all that stuff. So with me is Tiffany Turner from John Deere. I am so excited to talk to you.
Great.
Here's why. As I talk to farmers, and I talk to a lot of farmers and ranchers, what they talk about is how John Deere has really, pushed technology. Whether it's running a tractor from your iPhone, whether it's, drone. So tell me what's going on with John Deere as it relates to technology and how that helps the farmer.
Absolutely. John Deere is a true passion around the innovation and driving. I mean, anymore, if you, this morning in a presentation, Jason Tucker, who's our regional sales manager for the Western region, as he stated, an 8R tractor today has more sensors in it than the space shuttle. And a lot of people don't understand that. But one of the biggest things is we really want to be a partner with our customers. Today, it's not just about driving that tractor, it's about the cost of operation. It's about making sure that not only can we help you in the forefront, but help you at the end and make sure that we can reduce cost, help with profit, and really collect and analyze that data that's needed.
So when we hear about all the stories about Tesla and autonomous vehicles, and everybody's all excited that this is a new technology, you guys have been doing this for a while.
Absolutely. AutoTrack, when it came out, a lot of people, I remember a few years ago, there was even a 60-minute special on it, where a TV special that really talked about how in cars they're talking about it, but in tractors with AutoTrack and with doing it, even now we have AutoTrack turn automation, so it even helps you. That is actually the automated turn at the very end of the row. So it's helping you, making sure not only are you driving down straight where it used to beep at you and tell you, hey, you're at the end of the row, now it's even going to help you with that turn. And the exciting part is not only do we have that aspect, but we also have the aspects of like TrueSet, which helps to make sure that when you're doing your tillage and preparing that land, you're doing it at that consistent, accurate depth that you're looking for and making sure you're providing it. We have Exact Apply, which is if you are out there and you're going to be spraying, how to make sure that you're applying the right amount of spray at the right times.
In the right location?
In the right locations.
Because if you've got, and I've mentioned it 3 times already, I'll mention it a 4th. I was talking to a farmer the other week who said that now she's able to, both for irrigation and spraying, 2-inch squares.
Absolutely.
Out of 14,000 acres.
And
Unbelievable.
that's the exciting part of it. It's not just if you think about, I look at how the tractors have evolved, it's more importantly just as much as the technology and the innovation also have evolved to really make sure that we can help our customers all the way through the end, which is when you collect that data, you can put it in our My Operations Center and you can take that data and then you can share it with your trusted advisors, the banker, your agronomist, and making sure that we're making a totally full decision and helping you be as efficient as possible.
So 3 questions.
Okay.
Number 1 is we've got the oldest farmer population than ever before. So talk to me about some of the challenges, without mentioning any names, that you've got all this great technology. You're going to a 70-year-old farmer and you're saying, hey, you're going to run your tractor on your iPhone and things like that. What kind of responses are you getting from them?
It always varies. And I have the honor and privilege to work at a lot of different farm shows across the United States. We're getting ready for several this winter, starting with the Potato Expo. And you find all across the board. You'll find some folks that want to grab it and go, and some are like, nope, I like to keep it or give it to my grandchild, and they'll tell me how to do it. But you'll find adaptability. But the biggest thing is it's got to have that ease of use. And that is something we take a lot of pride in is, yes, if you're going to do it from your iPhone and you're going to look at some of those facts and those numbers, we want to make sure that at the touch of your fingers, it's very easy and it's intuitive. And, I always kind of, on a regular basis, will go out to YouTube and you'll find our John Deere dealers in the company are putting videos out there to make sure even if you're setting in your cab, got a question, you can FaceTime your dealer, you can look at the YouTube video. But, what's really exciting is we even now have connected support. And connected support helps with that too. So, and I'll expand a little bit more on connected support here shortly, but it's all about that usability, and you'll find adaptability varies clear across the board.
Well, Tiffany, thanks so much for being
Yes.
with us. Really appreciate it. Keep up the good work. So,
Thanks.
hey, maybe I could even run a tractor. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Maybe-
Come on
yeah,
out.
Okay.
We have plenty of ways to demonstrate. And, with connected support, it's pretty exciting because what we can do is connect you straight with the dealership, and we can help make sure that you're running it very efficiently.
But can I get a tractor in any color, or it's still that John Deere colors?
We take a lot of pride in that green and yellow.
Okay, so no. So the answer is no. I cannot get a John Deere tractor in the color that I want.
That green looks really great in those potato fields.
Okay. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back at the Eye, live at the Potato Expo. Another fun Tony fact. In the 1500s, Bob, I don't know if you know this, but in the 1500s, the Spaniards invaded and ended the Incan Empire, but not the potato-based system of coercion. The conquistadors used the potato surplus to feed the slaves mining silver.
Well, I've been to Peru.
Okay.
I've seen the Inca fields, but I didn't know that fact, so thank you very much, Phil.
So that's why you got to come to the Potato Expo.
Yeah, so I learned something. I try to learn one thing a day.
Well,
so.
and you're going to teach us a lot of things today. When we look at what's going on with potato ag, with everything that AMVAC is doing, Ag Technology Outlook, Crop Input Outlook, give us the 101 on where we're going as it relates to potatoes.
Well, Phil, I would say probably the key trends right now for the potato grower and the business is that from the marketing side to create more demand for potatoes.
And that's what our neighbors here at Potatoes USA are trying to do every day.
Right. Yep. So I think the younger generation, the export markets where you have more income there. I think they're looking for just better quality food and more, probably more on the healthy side than our generation was.
Right.
And potatoes does provide that. And I think the other key trend is, really just from an economic sense, running your operation at a high efficiency. In a world where commodity prices today have been very volatile, a lot of discussion around trade issues,
which hopefully can be resolved soon. Maybe. What do you think?
Oh, I think it'll be resolved because I think nations have common interests. Being a professor of international business, I can show you the statistics where you have. Increasing trade and free trade, the wealth of nations goes up parallel. Some faster than others, like China has gone up faster than the United States, but it really raises all boats and that tide.
But when we talk about China, isn't part of it, and I was at China as part of a UN delegation 35 years ago, and isn't part of it them actually just catching up? When it comes to food and agriculture versus, we were both at these levels and all of a sudden China pulled up?
Well, a lot of people don't know this, but the last time I looked, China was a net exporter of food.
Right.
So quantity is no longer really an issue in China. It's quality is an issue.
Right.
So they've had a lot of issues. Remember the whole
melamine with milk. And,
wow, yeah.
All the food safety nightmares.
So
Yep.
they're really interested from a safety standpoint.
Finally,
right.
That's good.
Right. And American brands have an advantage. They believe that our quality and our safety measures are number one in the world, even more so than some of the European countries.
Right.
So that's an opportunity for the U.S. Industry.
So when you look at the coming year in agriculture in general, not just potatoes, what has you the most excited?
The coming year, I think that things have the volatility looks a little bit to be less. We really had overall, if you look at even across the globe, it was a bad weather year. Australia drought, Europe drought. We had a very, very wet spring here in the United States. Then we went into drought. Then we had
the fires in California.
In California. We had the hurricane, remember, ripping through Georgia and North Carolina.
I was talking to a pecan farmer who is devastated.
Yeah.
A lot of those crops.
We even had a late wet harvest, right? A lot of the field work didn't get done. So I think what's going to get me probably most excited is hopefully we've got some, those weather issues can't be as bad going into next year.
Some stability.
For a farm kid and for farmers, good weather conditions, soil conditions are always the best. Right.
Well, Bob, thanks so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Really appreciate it.
Yes.
We'll be right
Thanks
back
for having me.
with fun facts and one of my favorite food editors in the entire country who's based right here in Austin. We're going to take a look at what's going on in Austin in particular on the food scene and the potato scene. So stay with us.
Thanks, Phil.
We're back live at the Eye right here at the Potato Expo in Austin, Texas. With me, I've got one of my favorite food editors in the country, Addie Broyles from the Austin-Statesman. Now, Addie, I don't know if you know this. So again, as I've said before, Tony found all these fun facts that I didn't know about potatoes. So, did you know that potatoes went from a love drug to a miracle crop?
I had no idea that there was an aphrodisiac quality to them.
Exactly. So I'm not sure if it's real or not, but basically, when brought back to Europe, potatoes weren't an easy sell. Unlike the other important New World crops, corn in particular, their appeal wasn't immediately obvious. At first, the European buffoon Falstaff bellows let the sky rain potatoes, and peasants that were racked by famine were quick to find tubers' true virtues, which were all about nutrition, giving them energy,
Absolutely.
and obviously increasing their sex appeal.
Well, when you have a full belly, it's easier to
Exactly.
go to sleep.
So let's talk first about Austin.
Sure.
So Austin, and you know, you've been responsible for a lot of this, has really become, you know, a big dot on the map when it comes to food culture. What's going on in Austin today in the food scene?
Well, we were always known it for Tex-Mex and barbecue. That was
Right.
it. And
Yep.
then 15, 20 years ago, well, in the 90s, there was a big tech boom. All of a sudden, there
Right.
was new money. And new money came new taste. There was a Silicon Valley connection with Austin. So suddenly people wanted finer cuisine. So that's when it really began. But in the past decade, it has exploded. And I think that also has to do with being a third coast. Chefs get priced out of New York, get priced out of California. They want to raise their family somewhere, so they come here. And there's still this boom going on, so there's a lot of investors who want to invest in these fancy, new, slick restaurants. And so that's where I think, from the restaurant perspective, why restaurants have grown so much in the past few years. But, you know, you can't look past Whole Foods for some of that.
Right.
Whole Foods has been
Absolutely.
headquartered here for a long time. They've always pushed the border for food.
And one of your fellow judges, and Addie is one of the judges for the Spud Nation Throwdown at 5 o'clock today. Don't forget to tune in if you're not here. If you are here, make sure you head over right behind me over there. That's where it's going to happen. One of your fellow judges is Kathy Strange, who's the global
Cheese buyer. Yeah.
Yeah, and Beyond Cheese,
Yeah.
just going around the world finding great innovative foods.
Yes.
So you guys,
So-
we're going to sit you together.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, now with Amazon's influence, we're seeing, I mean, every grocery store in town is delivering or having curbside
Right,
pickup. And so
right.
that's where I'm interested to find out more from you about what you're seeing in grocery
Yeah.
stores. We're going to go on my live stream here pretty soon.
Yeah.
I'm excited about.
Okay.
But so what is your favorite potato? I know you're asking me questions, but
Well, I don't remember the name of the restaurant that we were at last night, but, and maybe Tony will help me out on what the name of that restaurant was. He's texting it to me now. So we found, I couldn't find the restaurant that I wanted to go to.
Sure.
But I walked down right on the other side of the Hilton, that street. What it is, it's Waller Creek Pub House.
oh, nice.
It's a little bar,
Yeah.
bar thing. So that's where we went. I'll get back to that in a second. So I was looking for a restaurant that had great tequila and great Mexican food about 3 blocks down from the Hilton on the right side. And all I saw now is a construction site. So maybe it got torn down. I don't know. So we went to this pub last night, and they have tater tots. But they've got tater tots in like 8 different combinations. They have it with blue cheese. We had plain tater tots, which were good, but they had it with sriracha and what else? Teriyaki sauce. Thank you, Tony.
Oh my God, that sounds so
And like
good.
mayonnaise or sour cream or something like
I
that.
need to go out to eat
on
with
it.
you when you're in town next. You are eating it. I have not
Yeah.
been to that place.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of a, I don't want to call it a dive bar.
Yeah.
And it's off the beaten track. It's a half a block in from 6th Street.
Okay.
But it was cool, and actually great burgers.
Yeah. Nice.
Very limited menu.
Yeah.
There's maybe 6 or 7 things. It was late. We were tired. Our whole crew was setting up all day yesterday. I flew in. I got us lost. And finally, Connor said, hey, you know, here's where we're going. You know, this is it. Stop wandering around. And also, to your point of what's going on here in Austin. So Connor used to live in L.A. Now he lives in Boston. He has some friends here. He actually came in early. And based on the price of rent and the hipness of Austin and it being a college town and everything else, he's actually thinking about moving here to Austin.
The lifestyle appeal is huge.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's really a great place if you have a specialized diet in any way. You can find other communities of people who eat like that here. And I primarily write about cooking at home. And it is a grocery lover's paradise here. And it's such a fun place to swap recipes. The food blogging community here is so strong. And it's just a place where if you love food, there are other people who want to talk about food.
Sure.
And it's always on everybody's mind. So.
Well, Addie, thank you for being here. Sure. Thank you for being a judge. I can't wait to hear what you've got to say.
How many potato dishes are we eating?
3. Just 3.
Okay. I'd heard there were 20 competitors a couple of years ago.
Yes. Well, okay. So
which got me excited.
Yeah. So when I started the Spud Nation Throwdown, it was a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
It took us 2 days to set it up. Yep. We had all the ingredients. We actually had 20 of them, and we culled it down. This year we're being easy.
Nice. 3.
Easy.
That's all you need.
3.
Good. Well, I cannot wait to try the dishes.
Okay.
So
well,
thanks, Phil.
Addie, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to take a break, and actually we're now going to go onto Addie's live stream, and
it's at the Austin 360 Facebook page. Austin 360 and the Austin American-Statesman are joined brands, and every Wednesday at noon I do live streams, and we talk about everything there is related to food. And actually in today's food section I ran specifically because the Potato Expo is here, a piece about crisping up potato skins. If you do like a twice baked potato, but instead of putting the mashed potatoes back into the potato skin, what I did was put the potato skins back in the oven with more olive oil and salt, and then cut them up into little pieces as a topping for a baked potato soup. So
Very
like a
clever.
Crouton, but with the russet potato
and even
skins.
you could do that on salads.
Phil Limpert, are you going to become a food writer next? Like
no.
Grocery write recipes?
No. But I think that's very cool.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about potatoes over on the Facebook page on Austin 360 here in just a few minutes.
And then in about 10 minutes, we'll be right back here at the Eye at Potato Expo at the Austin Convention Center. So don't forget, and 5 o'clock, again, real important, tune in for the Spud Nation Throwdown. So we had a quick break. I hope you went to Addie Broyles' podcast that we did live. It's on Austin 360. Not only is it live, but it's archived there. Addie is fabulous. One of the best food writers in the country. Happens to be based here in Austin. One of the things that I love about the Potato Expo and the Eye in particular is I get to meet really smart people. And with me is professor at Cornell University, Stewart Gray. And we met last year for the first time. And Stewart is really involved in a lot of things agriculture. But let's talk about something that people really don't think about. Consumers don't think about. Obviously, everybody here thinks about it. But potatoes come from seeds. And, you know, most of our crops, if not all of our crops, come from seeds, right?
Well, but the difference between potatoes and when we talk about seeds, most people think about little seeds that you put in the ground.
Seeds,
and right. You know, in potato seeds, we're talking about potatoes themselves that we plant in the ground, and you know, from the sprouts of potatoes, we get a new potato plant. So potatoes are vegetatively propagated, right? So, you know, we use a piece of the plant to start the next year's crop. And the critical thing, I work on plant virus diseases. There's a lot of virus diseases that infect potatoes.
Isn't it more than any other crop? Or
well, no? I wouldn't say more than any other crop. I think we hear about a lot of viruses, but you know, some vegetable crops probably have more virus associated with them. But the problem with vegetatively propagated crops is that virus diseases accumulate over time, and that's the problem with viruses in potatoes, is that it's not so much that a virus causes an acute disease problem every year, but it's that they cause chronic disease problems because we keep the crop going from vegetative propagation.
So it's really what we hear a lot about with plant diversity, that we can't just keep on planting the same thing, because that adds new strains and so on to that. And we've got to be smart about it and good stewards.
Right. So the Incas, a long time ago, many hundreds of years ago, discovered that potatoes actually have a running out disease. That's what they called it, a running out disease, because if you keep planting the same potatoes year after year after year, then eventually they accumulate so much disease that they just don't produce a good crop anymore.
So talk to me for a second. If we have a great potato today, great taste, great texture, the starch level, all that other stuff, how do we, and we love that potato, how do we keep that potato going based on what you just said? Is it something that we've got to be constantly, and again, I'm going to get the wrong term, but breeding or hybrids or whatever else? How do we accomplish that to keep that great tasting, great looking potato?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, and it's a very easy process, and it's why we have what we call seed certification programs, which and are really limited generation seed certification programs. So the fact is that in the potato industry, as well as any other vegetatively propagated crop, is you start back with plants in tissue culture that are completely healthy, completely disease-free, and you propagate those, and and you put them out in the field. But as soon as you put something out in the field, it starts accumulating disease. So in limited generation seed certification programs, is we only grow those potatoes for a certain number of years, and then we do is flush them out. Right? We get rid of those potatoes and we start again at the very beginning. And we only keep those potatoes in the field for a certain number of years, because if like I said, they get old, right?
And what's creating the viruses is a combination of the potatoes getting old and the climate and the soil and rain and all that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the viruses are diseases themselves. Most of our potato viruses are transmitted either by insect vectors or nematode vectors or soil organisms. And so the problem with viruses is there's nothing we can do to cure a plant of viruses. It's not like a fungal disease or a bacterial disease where we can spray something on the plants to kill that organism. Viruses are inside, same thing with you. When you get the flu, we really can't do much about it. Your body has to fight the flu.
So I don't have to take the flu shot?
Well, you should take the flu shot, because, that works a little differently.
Okay.
We have an immune system that's a little different than plants. And so the problem with viruses is we don't have very many options for managing viruses. And basically, the thing that I have been telling growers for years and years and years now is basically don't plant the problem. So plant clean seed, plant seed that hasn't been out in the field for very long, hasn't accumulated virus diseases, right? And that's really the premise behind seed certification.
Stewart, I look forward to talking to you every year. I just learned so much. Thank you, sir, for everything you do for potatoes.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't forget, 5 o'clock, the Spud Nation Throwdown is going on behind me. At 1 o'clock, the Innovation Hub starts. And just to give you some idea of what's on the Innovation Hub today, so first up, we mentioned it before, insights into metam-sodium movement in soil. You would know what that means. I don't. What's under the ground is under your control. Automated planting to processing crop tracking with field and 3D cellular mapping, potato sustainability initiative, preserving tuber quality, meeting sustainability requirements, optimizing nutrient source and placement for improved tuber quality and maximum yield. The list goes on and on and on. It's going to be great. 5 o'clock, Spud Nation Throwdown, and a big reception to celebrate everything potato. We'll be right back. back live at the Eye at the Potato Expo. And, we started talking about seeds and how they were planted with our last guest. Now I want to shift gears and talk about soil health. With me is Edwin Suarez, technical agronomist from Midwestern BioAG. Welcome to the Eye.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So when I talk to farmers, the three topics that come up mostly is, first of all, overarching sustainability. Then they bring up water, and then certainly soil health. And talk to us a bit about soil health, because, the average person doesn't really think about soil health. They think of it as dirt. They don't think of a soil as being a living, breathing organism. Mm-hmm. And today, as we're seeing more produce being grown hydroponically, we have this battle happening in organics where, the true organic farmer is saying, you can't have something that's organic and hydroponic. It has to have soil. Yeah. So it all starts with the ground. Yeah. So talk to us about soil health.
Well, to me, the easiest way to kind of put the concept out there, because there are lots of ways of tackling this, and to me the easiest way to put it, it's like human health. And usually it's a really hard question when you ask someone if they're healthy or not, because then you start comparing it. Am I healthier than someone? Right. But then the easiest way to know if you're healthy or not is when you're sick. So right now, you and I, we can say that we're both healthy because we're not sick. And the importance there is that it's not that we don't have bugs inside ourselves, bad ones. It's that the good ones beat those guys every day. So when we talk about soil health, it's a similar concept. We need a soil that it's resilient enough to actually fight all the bad bugs and all the bacteria and everything that we usually struggle, and the IPM, and that's why we have all those chemicals and everything. So we pursue for a soil that is going to be healthier and that is going to produce more. So like us, it's just going to perform better every day. Now, how we get there, it includes chemical, physical, and biological properties. And I guess that's the biggest thing there. Then where do they start? That's what the growers are always asking. Where to start, where to go, how to go.
And at the same time, and you mentioned chemicals, at the same time, both consumers and farmers want to reduce the use of, and chemicals is probably too broad of a term, because there are some organic, some non-organic, and so on. What's that balance that you look for between chemistry, between natural soil health, and so on?
I think the important thing there, we work in Midwestern BioAG as well. We work with a broad spectrum, from the organic growers to the conventional ones. And I think what we need is just to grow better crops. So in terms of use, like efficient use of our nutrients, less leaching that again ends up in rivers and oceans. So that's going to be the first goal. Reactivate our soils, make them more use efficiency of every nutrient we put out there. So when we talk about what's that mix with chemicals and non-chemicals, I think it's the same applicable principle for someone that is on the organic side and someone that is conventional, someone that is not using chemicals and someone that is.
And when we talk about better crops, we're talking about certainly taste, yield, health attributes, a whole spectrum of attributes. We're not just talking about yield.
And usually that's the thing. This, like you say in your segments about supermarket, it's a growing section. Everybody is getting more into soil health, and it's growing and it's growing, and the consumer is the one driving this. But then we need to be smart about what we're looking. It's like us walking in the vitamin aisle section at the supermarket. There are lots of things, and you can buy the boron, the magnesium, the this.
Thousands.
Or you can eat properly, and you can have a plate that has all the colors of the rainbow. That's probably going to give you all the nutrients that you need.
In a better way.
So Absolutely. It's the same way with soil. We can go for the very specific things that we think is going to be that silver bullet, that, it's going to help my crop. It's going to make it better. Or we can just manage our crop in a better way so that, again, we have a soil that is going to last longer, that is going to produce more.
What's the one question, and this is my last question, but what's the one question that you hear repeatedly from farmers? What are they looking for you to help with?
Usually, it's funny because they always say, at least in soil health, they ask me, like, Edwin, what should I do? Should I drink the Kool-Aid, or should I dip my toes just a bit like cold water? And I say both. You should go drink the Kool-Aid mentally in terms of you got to do your research, you got to do your homework, you got to talk to the people that knows, you got to really prepare yourself. But then when it comes to where do I start, you just got to dip your toes. You got to start one piece at a time, one product at a time, one line, and then measure the ROI. It's all about the money. You talk a lot about that. You got to get smarter in how you spend, because growers have less money and it's a tough time. So I think that's the biggest question. Where do I start? How do I start? And I think, again, mentally you got to commit to it, and you got to say, okay, I want to grow healthier crops, healthier soil. But then dip your toes when it comes to technologies and ROI. Again, it's how much money you're going to get for every dollar you spend. That's really where it comes to.
Edwin, thank you for all your hard work and helping all of our potato farmers.
My pleasure being with you, and thank you.
Okay. Going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. So sustainability continues to be the term that most, whether it be farmer, whether it be a retailer, whether it be a manufacturer, are struggling to figure out what sustainability is all about. For certain companies, it's sustainability of their company. For farmers, it's certainly their soil, their crops. Well, with me as it comes to potato sustainability is Thomas Green, PhD and president of the IPM Institute of North America. So, Tom, welcome to the Eye.
Thank you very much, Phil.
So, all these companies that I talk to, and farmers too, everybody's struggling to define what sustainability is. So, for IPM, what does sustainability mean?
So, sustainability really stands on three legs, so economic, social, and environmental. And one of the key elements of sustainability, of course, is profitability. We can't stay in business.
Right. And we're seeing more and more farmers of all crops really struggling, with a lot of them having part-time jobs just to keep their farms open.
Right. And farm income is down the last couple of years, and that's a real challenge that we need to work on meeting. One of the aspects of sustainability that is a real challenge is driving added value that consumers will pay for. So many consumers indicate that they're willing to pay more for sustainable products. So products that are produced in ways that match their values of protecting the environment and being equitable to everyone in the supply chain. But we've largely not been successful yet in putting that value package together.
And why do you think that is?
Well, if you look at organic, for example, it took organic quite a while to build the recognition and the market share that organic has achieved. And so we're really in the infancy in sustainability, and we do have some examples where buyers are rewarding growers for sustainable practices.
Buyers of consumers or buyers of retailers, or both?
Buyers of food product from farms. For example, we just completed our twice annual meeting here of the PSI participants in the last couple of days, and McDonald's reported that they're offering a price premium to certified sustainable beef producers in Canada. And that certification allows McDonald's to carry that message through to the marketplace and to tell consumers that their Angus beef in Canada is certified sustainable.
So what's the one hope that you have for potato sustainability for 2019?
I hope that we can really deliver value back to the growers who are doing a lot of work to implement improvements and document those for our buyers who have the need to communicate that to their customers. And we can do that by improving the value of the information that we return to the growers. So the data that they contribute, we can aggregate, we can compare those data to other growers in the region and return important information back to a grower. For example, how efficient are they with their fertilizer? Are they ahead of the curve, behind the curve? Is that an opportunity that they have to focus on, or maybe they're doing very well in that
And
arena?
how they're using technology to accomplish that and so on.
Exactly. Right.
Well, Tom, thanks so much for joining us. Have a
My
great
pleasure.
Potato Expo.
Great.
And we'll see you soon.
Great to meet you. Thanks.
Going to take a break. We'll be right back. So here's the bottom line. Over the past 12 months, a lot of discussion in Washington about the Farm Bill. Both sides of it, lots of controversies, lots of headlines. Well, this is the guy who's been working behind the scenes with senators, with the House, with USDA, with Secretary Perdue, with just about everybody about the Farm Bill. So, Cam, the Farm Bill has now been signed. Is that a smile on your face? Is that a frown on your face? How do you feel about the 2018 Farm Bill?
No, that Phil, thanks for having me. That is a very big smile on my face. I think a lot of folks recognize how challenging the environment is in Washington. And against all of those odds, in a very dysfunctional environment, Congress was able to get together and pass on a bipartisan basis by an overwhelming vote one of the best farm bills that any of us has experienced. It's got some tremendous value in it, specifically for the potato industry, the specialty crop industry broadly. And so it's a real success story that really in this environment shouldn't have happened, but it did because of some very dedicated, committed leadership by some veterans on the House and Senate Agriculture Committees who really wanted to take the opportunity to make sure this got done for America's farmers.
So this is your specialty, if you would. This is your focus. So from an outsider standpoint, what I didn't understand is all the other stuff that people tried to attach to the Farm Bill. Mm-hmm. Work requirements, I mean, all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Didn't that get in the way of the real issue of what farmers need?
It absolutely did. I think a lot of people don't realize that nearly 80% of the Farm Bill is the nutrition programs,
Right.
food stamps, and those types of things. The agriculture piece is a relatively small portion of the overall bill, but the reason that those nutrition programs are there is to go get the votes from congressional districts, particularly in the House, which are less and less agriculture and rural in nature with every succeeding census that we have that realigns those districts. So you've got, as you said, there's a lot of extraneous things in there. The idea is to generate the necessary votes to pass the bill, but sometimes those extraneous things can become the impediments to success. It nearly toppled the program this time around, but fortunately, after the election, folks were able to broker a settlement, and it really got to a good bill. So we've got great funding in there for export promotion,
Right.
agricultural research, some of the best numbers that we've ever seen. So it's a very positive success story amongst kind of a lot of other chaos at the federal level.
Yeah. So when we look at the Farm Bill in particular for potato farmers, what could you point to as the success that everyone in this room, in this huge room of at the Potato Expo, it's the 11th year of the Potato Expo, can really point to and say, thanks, Cam, great job, here's what you did for us?
Well,
Not personally, but yeah.
maybe not from me, but for the industry broadly, a couple of really important programs that got fixed for us. People often don't realize how important what USDA does, not just domestically, but internationally. The export promotion programs, as you have seen in a lot of your travels, our foreign competitors have their own government programs which seek to do one thing, is knock American producers out of valuable markets. USDA has programs to counter that. But
not as strong. And not as vibrant. I mean, if you look at Italy and France and even England, the money that they put behind these promotions, and even in certain commodities, tacking $1 a bottle of olive oil, if you would, that the Italian government subsidizes the brand to be able to get it here. We're not that aggressive.
You're absolutely right. We are truly taking a knife to a gunfight.
Yep.
But that knife is really important, and we want to see those programs enhanced because they are so valuable. One of the key programs that we rely on, particularly to deal with access into Mexico and some other valuable markets, the Technical Assistance for Specialty Crops program, that program very well could have ended had it not been for some very committed work that folks did in both the House and Senate Agriculture Committees to find new funding for it, to improve the program. Additionally, we got for one of the most valuable specialty crop research programs that the potato industry has relied on quite a bit. We got a 30% increase in that program, one of the single largest increases in funding across the entire Farm Bill for ag research. So that was a real victory, and I think it's going to pay dividends not just for this Farm Bill, but on down the line, decades in the future. Those funds are going to go to very good purposes.
So last question, and I'm going to put you on the spot, and I know, working on Capitol Hill and so on, this is a horrible question to ask you. Give a grade to Secretary Perdue. Failing grade to an A.
I think Secretary Perdue has done an excellent job in his role. He really gets it. His team at USDA really gets it. Those folks, Secretary Perdue, before being Secretary Perdue, he was Governor Perdue.
Right.
He really understands the politics, how to connect with farmers, how to sell a lot of these programs to consumers, sometimes a skeptical voter base. He understands the value of them. He hits all the right notes, and I think he's got a very good team. Ultimately, these things don't occur without having a good team around you.
Right.
He's surrounded himself with good people, and they know what they're doing, and they're getting it done.
So he gets an A.
I think he gets an A.
He gets an A. With that, we're going to take a quick break. Cam, thanks for the update. Farm Bill, very important. Thanks for all your work. At the beginning of the year, you had no gray hair.
Amazing. I've grown that as well.
Exactly. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. We're back live from the Potato Expo right here in the Austin Convention Center. And as we talked about before, Austin is where it's at in the food scene. So we're thrilled to be here this year. As you can see behind me, we've got thousands of people going up and down the aisles, being educated in the Innovation Hub, and certainly right here with the eye as well. So we're going to talk a little bit about health and nutrition as it relates to potatoes, but again, going back to one of the fun facts that Tony found for us before, is that actually peasants in Europe, when potatoes just came to Europe, found that they were a far better energy source than Europe's existing staples, yielding between 2 and 4 times more than other crops that are there. And talking about health and nutrition, Dr. Julie Miller-Jones from St. Catherine University is with us. So, Julie, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, great to be here, Phil. Thanks.
So, I guess let me start with the overarching. What role do potatoes have in health and nutrition?
Well, for one thing, what the European peasants knew is that of all the foods that have been tested, boiled potatoes are the most satiating. But beyond that, it's not just about carbs and satiation. It's about dietary fiber. It's about potatoes having more potassium than a banana, and everybody knows about bananas and potassium. They also have B6, they have antioxidants, they have magnesium. So when people say, well, I'm cutting out potatoes because they're starchy or just carbs, they're just wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So is part of the confusion that either frying the potato or adding, gobs of butter to it and sour cream, and has that clouded the nutrition message for us?
Well, I think absolutely that's clouded it, because we're known by the friends we keep, the company we keep. Right. And so if you can't, I do love something called potatoes Anna, which is a French word. You put like a pound of butter on a potato kind of thing. But you can't eat that every day. Right. Or you can enjoy it every once in a while. But if you really look at a potato, a medium potato has 110 calories. So it's how you doctor it up that may really put it in the foods that you should eat infrequently rather than the foods you should eat frequently.
So about 20 years ago, I had met one of the original founders of the Pritikin Longevity Center.
Right.
And Dr. Bob, whatever his name is, and his son now runs it. Well, one of the things that I learned is they serve baked potatoes, but with salsa on it. Not with butter, not with sour cream, but just fresh salsa. And to this day, that's the way I love a baked potato, because you're not adding all that fat and everything else to it. So,
and I'll just add to that, you're adding other vegetables that people need.
Right.
So not only does the potato give you half the vitamin C, now you've put in peppers and tomatoes, other things that will give you the rest of the vitamin C that you need. And so, and gives you the vegetables that we aren't eating. And I think a lot of people think that potatoes aren't good for you because the epidemiological studies will show that the meat and potato pattern increased risk.
Right.
But you could equally say that the meat and potato pattern should be called "These people ain't never seen a vegetable other than a potato," and so that
usually French fries.
Yeah, and so that it unfairly castigates a potato when it shouldn't, because it's really their bad diet that's really the problem.
So how do we get that message out there? I know Potatoes USA is doing a big push on potatoes and performance for athletes. And we were talking earlier, I was talking to John, who said that now at a lot of marathons, they actually have like big bowls of mashed potatoes with high levels of sodium to help the marathoners and so on. But how do we get this message out to the general public that talks about, the nutrients of potatoes and how to consume it versus either just by loading it with sour cream or butter or frying it?
Well, I hope that people like you can help do that, because that's
we're trying.
But just to really talk about that we aren't eating enough vegetables. No, only fewer than 1 in 10 people in the United States eat the number of vegetables that we should, and we can count potatoes
and we're
as
trying
a
to do we're trying to do 5 a day.
Right.
And I think it's 3.2 servings a day that the average American has.
Right. So we're really and a lot of people don't eat that.
Right.
So we're really need to up the vegetables, and and fruit, and we want to really convince people that when they take away something from their diet, they're losing something that we need. And the potassium, for instance, the Dietary Guidelines Committee has named potassium as a nutrient of concern. And most of the people in the United States don't get enough potassium. And if we had enough potassium, much of the concerns about sodium would be eliminated.
Right.
And so if we could have more vegetables, which are potassium containing, almost all of them are, and that gives you lots of flavor, so you need less salt, and then we would be solving that potassium-sodium imbalance that exists in our diet.
And maybe you can help me understand something, both in the media, as well as talking to consumers. The misnomer is, and I can't figure this out, that it's too expensive to eat more fruits and vegetables. And I look at the comparison between whether it's packaged foods or proteins or whatever. Produce is less expensive.
Well, especially if you choose what's in season.
Yeah, exactly.
And we do the potatoes and the sweet potatoes and the cabbage and the carrot. None of those are expensive.
Right.
If you want to have asparagus in March, maybe that
And in March, asparagus has less nutrients and less flavor.
That's right.
So one of the things that I always talk about to retailers is I think that we can raise consumption if retailers would only sell produce that's in season. It tastes better, it's cheaper, it has more nutrients.
It fits the farm to table that everybody's trying to do.
Right. So if I look at other times of the year, strawberries are a perfect example, and maybe that's a bad example now because Driscoll's is growing year round. But a cantaloupe out of season is tasteless.
Like a hockey puck.
Yeah, it's just tasteless. It's crunchy. It has no flavor. So I think that if we could get back to eating fruits and vegetables that are in season, it'll be more satisfying to consumers, be less expensive, and we all win. But the retailers say to me, but consumers want 2-inch high red tasteless strawberries, 12 months a year. So I'm going to stock them. And the average produce department now has about 600 SKUs, and people still are consuming, the same 10, apples and oranges and so on. And shame on us.
Yeah, and it's not because the food magazines aren't talking about how alluring these things are, or rediscovering root vegetables might be. There's all kinds of articles like that. It's just somehow we aren't penetrating, and we need to really figure out why that is.
It is. So you and I have to huddle after the Potato Expo, figure it out, and change the world.
All right, I'm on for that.
Okay, so Julie, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back. And don't forget, if you're here at the Potato Expo, behind me, you can see the crowds of people. They're sitting there at the Innovation Hub. So every 20 minutes, think of it as a TED Talk. We have different experts up there talking about soil health, talking about potato health, talking about nutrition, all these factors. So make sure you stop by. And at 5 o'clock, and Julie, I hope you're going to join us at 5 o'clock, we've got the Spud Nation Throwdown. So 3 Austin-based chefs are going to be here competing to who wins the top spud of the year.
Top spud, whoa.
And it's very cool. And what they get, I don't know if you're a fan of wrestling, but you see the pictures of these wrestling winners that get these big gold belts.
Yes, okay.
So that's what we give the top spud.
Does it have a potato on it?
Yes, it does. So you're going to have to join us.
Okay.
And then after that, we have cocktails. And at 3 o'clock at Potatoes USA right here, they've got potato beer. Potato beer.
I guess if it's carbohydrate and you add some hops, it can ferment.
Exactly. So 3 o'clock. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. one of the most important aspects of the Potato Expo, and not just here at the Potato Expo, but what NPC does throughout the year, it's about education, education, education. And a key role of that is what the Potato Association of America does. With me is Kent McHugh, who's the vice president. Kent, talk to us about the poster program, what it does, what its objective is, and over the next half hour or so, we're going to meet some of the people who are responsible for them. But give me the one-on-one on the poster program.
Well, it's like this. The PAA is a professional society. We are research and science-based, and we try to gather and disseminate the information about the potato to everyone. We cover breeders, academics, producers, growers, and the poster session, which has now been going on for several years here at the Potato Expo, is a chance
I think almost since day one.
I think so. Yeah. And so it's our chance to increase our profile, to let some of the people out there see the research that we do and how it is applicable to what they do every day out in the fields.
And besides just hanging up their work, they're also around to discuss it with the farmers and with other people around as well.
That's correct. And for the last couple of years, we've been able to start with a presentation on the innovation stage for a couple of the posters and scientific research that we have. And then immediately following our innovation stage, we will have all of the authors for all the posters be present and encourage everyone to come over and see what other research is going on, ask questions about what they heard on the stage, and find out what else the PAA is doing for them.
So what are the researchers learn from the Potato Expo? Is there a back and forth between not just having this great research out there and being able to communicate it, but as they're walking up and down the aisles and meeting with thousands of people, what do they take away from it?
Oh, there's an absolute synergy to being here. Like any big agricultural commodity, you need vertical and horizontal integration. Researchers, if we can't talk to the people that are using our products, we don't know what to do. It's fine to sit in your academic tower and ask interesting questions, but what we really want to do is improve the potato for people, for the producers, for the farmers, and so this gives us a chance to interact and get feedback, what we're doing, why it's important, and often things that we don't realize are important, we learn at meetings like this.
So last question, I'm assuming, and maybe this is just my observational skills kicking in here, but I'm assuming that your favorite potato is the potato chip?
Well, I like all potatoes. All potatoes are good.
Okay.
But these chips are very special.
Yeah. Where do I get one of those shirts?
Well, if you want a shirt like this, you should come to a PAA annual meeting, because at those meetings we have an endowment fund, and we host an auction, and we auction off relevant things, and I have my mother-in-law make these shirts for me over the winter, and then I will often bring one or two to a PAA meeting, and we auction them for our general endowment fund. And that's the only way you can get a shirt that looks just like this.
So this is truly a limited edition.
Absolutely.
2 or 3 a year, that's it.
At best.
Thank you so much for all the work you do, and looking forward to really talking to a lot of the researchers and find out, what's going on in potatoes.
We welcome that.
Thank
See
you.
you at the poster session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Going to take a break. We'll be right back and really digging into a lot of the research that are at the poster sessions that are really leading the way for the future of potatoes. Welcome. We're back live at the Potato Expo. And again, this section of what we're going to be doing has to deal with education and research and science. This is what a lot of people come to at the Potato Expo to learn from. And with me, I've got two people who are part of those poster sessions that we were just talking about. On my left is Andy Robinson, who's an agronomist at the Department of Plant Sciences at the North Dakota State University and the University of Minnesota. I'm not sure how you do both, but we'll get to that in a second. And Brian Bowman, who's a PhD student and a research assistant at the Department of Soil, Water, and Climate and the University of Minnesota. So I guess he's your teacher.
Well, in some ways, but I actually work with Carl Rosen, who you'll be speaking to in just a little bit.
Okay, so we can ignore him, is what you're telling me. We should ignore him.
Yeah.
No? Okay. So, Andy, let's talk a little bit about what your poster session was about and why it's important to the growers and the potato industry.
Yeah, great question. So, some of the work that we're doing here, or we're presenting here, is about plant growth regulators. They've been used for a long time in potatoes. There's just always been some frustration with how they're used and getting the right rate to get the correct response. And so what we've been doing is we've been looking at different regulators, different types, and evaluating them to see how we can manipulate stem number, tuber set, some of these factors that really impact the quality of the potato at the end of the year. It all depends on what you're trying to get at the end of the year and how can we manipulate it, especially with some of these newer varieties that we don't know a lot about.
So when we're talking about what we want to get at the end of the year, that could be as far as yield, it could be as far as quality, taste, size, all of the above.
Oh yeah, and that's half of doing potatoes. It's not just growing a high yielding crop, but it's
right.
The quality at the end of the year. So if you're a seed grower, you want a lot of tubers. It's all about tuber number. If you're going for French fries, well, you want larger tubers that are going to produce those nice, beautiful fries that you get at the McDonald's and the Wendy's of the world. And so it just depends on what your end goal is and understanding your variety and your crop and being able to maximize that production and that quality. Because that's not only good for the grower, but it's good for the consumer.
And I'm seeing a lot more specialty potatoes than ever before. What's the trend going there?
Yeah, you're exactly right. There is certainly an increase in what we would often refer to as a specialty potato, mainly those that are red skin, yellow skin, or even fingerling types. There tends to be more of that desire, I guess, from the general public in buying those types of potatoes. And so where I come from, in the Red River Valley, which is between North Dakota and Minnesota, we do grow a lot of these, what we call fresh or table stock potatoes, that are directly sold in the supermarket. So basically they're dug out of the field, they get washed and cleaned up, and they go right to the supermarket.
What do you think is driving this new interest by the consumer and the retail into these new varieties?
It's a good question. I think there's a lot of things going on. You've got great groups like Potatoes USA that are marketing, coming up with new ways to cook them and give them to people. You've got grocery stores and chains that are developing ways and mechanisms to interest consumers. You know, something new, something different. You get different colors, different shades. That's always interesting and exciting.
And chefs absolutely love that.
Yeah, exactly.
So Brian, talk to us a little bit about your research. What is your poster program all about?
Yeah, happy to have the opportunity. I work on remote sensing. I'm remote sensing for nitrogen management. A lot of...
So, just to put it in layman's terms, it's how I can take my iPhone and look at what's going on in the field?
Well, if your iPhone was a satellite or a drone, then yes.
Okay.
I mean, we're taking pictures, we're taking
Right.
images, and they're not necessarily pictures in the same way we think of as pictures that you just see in all of the colors. They're specific colors. You split out red, green, blue, and a couple other colors that we can't see. Near infrared, red edge is what we refer to them as. We can use those, the amount of light that's reflected off of the plant, to tell us something about how healthy the plant is, or to differentiate between areas of the field that have low plant growth and areas of the field that have high plant growth.
So and we're talking a lot about technology in agriculture, so it's making it for the farmer a lot easier rather than having to walk the field, if you would, and see, that plant has disease or that plant needs more water and so on. So really visually being able to look at that. How small of an area can you get to through these digital photos?
It depends on what platform you're using. When you're using satellites, it's much coarser because a satellite is so so far from the field itself.
Sure, makes
you
sense.
You can get a resolution of 1 to 3 meters squared. So,
Okay.
and it would be pixelated when you could
Right.
see, you could distinguish a field from a road easily.
Right.
When you're using drones or UAVs, you can get resolution down to centimeters. So you can actually detect individual leaves. So that would look more like a picture rather than pixels.
So where are we in drone technology? Obviously, we see the headlines where people are freaked out that Amazon might be using a drone to deliver a package for them and so on. But moving it to the field, how far along are we with this technology, and are there any impediments that, whether it's FAA or whoever the body is that controls drones, are really putting in the way of agriculture?
I think the biggest concerns, at least from my perspective, for using these drones and satellite images in agriculture is not so much the platforms themselves, like you're referencing the FAA and those type of regulations. It's more the cameras that we're putting on the drones. Are they collecting the right kind of information at the right time scale, in the right resolution that we can do something with? We're still wrestling with those questions because in a lot of ways we're adapting this technology from other industries. So we're still trying to figure out, how does it work in agriculture? What are the producers looking for? What do you need from the technology standpoint? How do you bring it all together?
So on your research poster, what is the either recommendation or the conclusion that you're making for this?
So we're working at the University of Minnesota to develop a new technology, one that would take these images, which are typically used in a qualitative sense. So a grower could look at a picture, get a new perspective rather than driving by the field and say, hey, I have a problem in this area. We're trying to turn those images into fertilizer recommendations, which hasn't been done yet. So we want to take an image and tell a producer, either to a whole field or to areas within a field, you should apply X pounds of fertilizer to this spot. And that hasn't been done yet. It's a major limiting factor to getting producers to adopt remote sensing technology.
Sure. And I think that as we're now getting younger farmers that are better educated, they're much more likely to embrace these technologies than their grandparents are, who still might be running the farm.
I talked to someone this morning who stopped on my poster. He's from California and had recently moved, or within the last few years, it sounded like moved back to the farm. And he was lamenting, saying not as many people are moving back to these agricultural areas. And he saw remote sensing, drones, this type of technology as a way to entice a younger generation, to really draw them in and keep them connected in a way that they understand and bring them back to places that they have been
And
before.
besides just having better data, I mean, what you have is you have a better lifestyle, because when you look at farming, 30, 40, 50 years ago, it means getting out into the fields early. It's a very hard labor kind of work, even if you've got, 30 or 40 laborers working for you. And now with the labor situation, it's even tougher to want to do it. So if you could be sitting, either on a tractor or in your office and doing it all remotely, really much more likely to bring a new generation into farming.
Agreed. Yeah.
Well, thank you both for joining us. Thank you for your research, and looking forward to a lot more people asking you questions. And don't forget, at 5 o'clock, I don't know what you're doing, but stop whatever you're doing. You have to come back behind us, to the Spud Nation Throwdown, and that's the most fabulous, recipe contest that you've ever seen. So if you've never seen it, make sure. And then after that, cocktails. We're at the Potato Expo, and also Potato USA right here at 3 o'clock is going to be serving potato beer. So from a research standpoint, you've got to try it. Just from a research standpoint, that's all. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more education after this. Hey, we started with a doctoral student at the University of Minnesota. We're going to keep on talking to the University of Minnesota. And with me, I've got Linda Kinkel and Carl Rosen, both of which are going to be in the Innovation Hub, I think at 3:30 today,
correct.
talking about a lot of their research. And the research is all about soil health as it relates to potatoes. So tell us about the research and what should farmers be excited about?
What we're here to talk about is the new nationally funded SCRI grant, which is a 10-state project that focuses on soil health, including both soil health from a soil science perspective, which Carl brings to the table, and the soil microbiome perspective, the biology of the microbes in the soil, which is really the area that my focus stands in.
And in these 10 areas, it's all about potatoes or other crops as well?
All about potatoes.
So it's all, that's fabulous.
It's a 4-year project, and so there will be an integration of different rotational crops and 2- and 3-year potato rotations, but the focus of the crop is 100% potato.
And Carl, what kind of potatoes are we talking about? Just a single variety, or is it across varieties?
It's going to be across varieties. Of course, we want the same variety in some treatments,
Sure.
but
to have an AB, yep.
Yeah, we need to have some conventional, but we also want to look at some varieties that might be maybe more tolerant of some of the diseases that might be a problem in potatoes, and so we can take a look at the root system of those potatoes or the microbiome of those potatoes and see how they compare with some of the conventional ones that might be a little more susceptible. See if we can figure out what's going on in that soil system.
So congratulations on getting the grant. That's first of all.
Well, thank you very much.
I know what it takes to get
Yeah,
these
I
grants.
know.
So congratulations. I'm going to ask each of you the same question. At the end of 4 years, what is your hope? And I'm sure that part of the process is you tell them what you want to achieve, and you never know what you're going to do. But what's your hope at the end of 4 years that the outcome of this is?
That's a great question that we really, I don't say struggled with, but we're excited about in putting the grant together. And the project involves a pretty aggressive platform of experimental treatments on research stations plus grower field studies. And in both cases, what I'm most excited about is that we will be developing collectively a national database of soil microbiomes, the bacteria and fungi in soil, and how those either track or are predictive of potato health, low diseases, potato yields, potato quality. We don't have that data presently in hand, and with what we are beginning to understand about soil microbes, we're realizing how important they are to potato productivity. This will be our first comprehensive, really continent scale analysis of soil microbes and potato productivity.
So as you're doing this research, are you involving blockchain technology to have all the inputs that are available?
Yes. And
Yeah, so that's the part that I'm most interested in. We're trying to look at management practices that are associated with better soil health, optimizing soil health. So if there are certain rotations, so we have traditional rotations, but there may be some rotation crops that might provide some inhibitory, be able to inhibit some of those soil-borne diseases, and maybe that rotation crop will be better. Maybe there's some type of an inoculant that we can use. And we're also, fumigation is a big practice that is used in potatoes. How can we maybe use that to our advantage?
So what's the typical, and I don't even know if this is a silly question to ask, but what's the typical rotation for a potato crop?
Well, it depends on your region. I can tell you in the upper Midwest, it's normally potatoes, corn, soybean, potatoes, so it's a kind of a 3-year rotation. You might have some other crops in there, but one of the crops I'm interested in is small grains like wheat, because it comes off a little earlier and there's some time to put cover crops in. So we're looking at things like cover crops that might be able to keep the soil covered, but also at the same time maybe help that soil microbiome and optimize it a little bit better.
So now you have the grant, now you have to do it.
Absolutely.
That's right.
So talk to me. I mean, this sounds like an enormous project. So what are the steps to it? How do you do it? How many people are involved in it? How are you using technology with it? I mean, all the above. Who wants to take a stab at that?
There's four major objectives. Okay. And the first objective is to look at these management practices and see how they affect the.
And that's relatively easy data to get.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's easy data to get because we're using some very.
They're cutting edge techniques.
Cutting edge. That's the word. Cutting edge technology to get at it. We're basically analyzing the DNA in that soil.
And the management practices are coming from the farm level.
That's one of the exciting parts about the project with the 10 different states. Each state is empowered with their capacity to design their own experiments within broad framework that we all have agreed to.
And you have to manage that.
We manage that, and the biggest first step in management is communication. So the moment we got this grant funded, Carl, who's the lead of the grant, set forth to develop a communication strategy. So we all have been engaged in ongoing discussions. We've shared experimental plans. Our design includes 2 treatments that everybody must do exactly the same across all states.
Sure.
But then each state, then based on input from their local grower communities, can design the treatments that make most sense in their state, and then we share that information to try to look at where there's opportunity to leverage one another's data, and so that communication piece is how it's going to work. And we've already made, I think, great headway in getting a really fantastic design for the first growing season.
Well, congratulations to both of you.
Yes, thank you so much.
This research is going to do great things for the potato world.
We hope so.
That's our main objective.
That's great.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Don't forget, the Innovation Hub sessions are going on right now every 20 minutes. We have new ones coming up. You guys are going to be up there at 3:30 sharing more about the research. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. We're live at the Austin Convention Center at the Potato Expo. This is called The Eye, just like the eye of a potato. How tacky. Okay, we're going to take a break. We're continuing to talk about research and probably what comes out of the Potato Expo that is more valuable to these farmers, to these producers than anything else are what folks like this do day in and day out. So we've got Craig Yencho and David Douches. Did I do that right? Douches, sorry. Both PhDs, North Carolina State University, Michigan State University. So talk to us about what the research is that you're doing, what's the project, and hopefully what the outcome is. David, why don't you get us started?
Okay, so both Craig and I are potato breeders.
I see it.
Yeah.
Potato breeding and genetics. How come you don't have a cool shirt like that?
Just kind of came a little bit more relaxed today.
Okay.
And so, and we're at the land-grant universities, and potato breeding is very publicly driven in the U.S. And so the potato industry really counts on our universities to develop varieties. And so what we did a number of years ago was work with Potatoes USA to develop a national cooperative breeding effort for potato chip varieties, which involves all the land-grant universities and USDA breeders. And that program's been quite successful. We just came from a meeting, and now there's been 4 or 5 varieties that have come out of that program that are now being used by the chip industry.
And I want to talk a bit about breeding. We're not talking about GMOs. Describe to us about what breeding actually takes place, what your work is all about, and how it happens.
So do you want Craig to start on
Sure.
that?
Yeah, well, I mean, what we're practicing mostly is what we'd call conventional breeding. Some of us do some GMO work, and that may come in the future, but many of us are
But currently there are no GMO potatoes on the market.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Currently, we're using what was called genomic-assisted breeding too, where we're using DNA markers to help us screen. And what this Potatoes USA project is all about is really bringing all of the public breeding programs together. We're collaborating, we're cooperating, and breeding for pretty much any crop, but especially for potatoes, is a very long-term endeavor. The average time to release a new variety is usually plus 10 years, 10 to 15 years. And it takes many cycles of selection and evaluation in many different environments. So if you're a breeding program and you're working just by yourself, you can only get a few environments in 1 year.
Right.
But if you bring 10 different breeding programs together to work collaboratively, suddenly you can get 10 or 20 different sites in a given year. And you can really understand what a potential variety looks like and what the potential of early generation lines are, and that helps you make selections, advance quicker, and collaborate with the industry a little bit more effectively, and get new varieties, like Dave mentioned, into the pipeline a lot quicker. And that's what the NCPT and our early generation selection studies are enabling us to do, is collaborate more effectively, advance materials quicker, and get them into advanced trials and pre-trials for commercial success on a quicker time frame.
So is CRISPR technology at all relevant for potatoes, and can that reduce, the 7 to 10 year cycle?
I'll tell you what I would prefer to do is I'm going to let Dave take that question, because he has much more expertise in that realm than I do. But the short answer is yes, there's great opportunity there. But Dave, you might have some more thoughts on it.
So CRISPR technology has potential, and we're actually using some of that at Michigan State, but we're looking at that more with our reinvention of potato breeding at the diploid level, where we can more analytically advance potato breeding through a hybrid system rather than through our kind of F1 selection system. We have actually trying to develop F1 varieties by developing inbreds, and so a CRISPR system will work better there. And so that's where our vision is. We're using that technology towards the diploid potatoes.
So, and I'm not sure who the right person is to answer this, but when we look at the traits, whether it's through CRISPR, perhaps GMO, just conventional breeding, what are the traits that are most important that we're looking at? Is it taste? Is it yield? Excuse me. Is it browning? What are the traits that are the most important to your project?
I think we can tag team this. The first thing I would say would be it depends on your market. But generally, most growers that I work with, yield is always a really key trait. So if you're looking for a chipping market, high specific gravity, good chip quality, good color, low reducing sugars are really important. Dave, you got some other thoughts on that one?
Well, so Craig's in the south and I'm in the north, and so what our growers and processors are looking for are potatoes that will store all the way till June, so that they have a reliable source of potatoes before those southern potatoes come on the market.
Yeah, and our growers want potatoes that can be harvested green out of the field, and they'll to produce high quality chips straight from the field within probably 24 to 72 hours of harvest. So our needs in the south are considerably different than those of the growers in the north. But the thing that we actually share together is our seed growers are mostly located in the north, where they can grow higher quality seed.
Sure.
So southern growers need to be connected to the northern programs also, so that you have that connectivity.
So what I'm hearing from both of you in different ways is really about yield and production.
Well, yeah, and what actually behind all that, though, is having some disease resistance. The
Right.
farmers need the disease resistance, so that allows them to get a quality product to the processors.
There's a size profile that you need. You can't have large potatoes. You want to have just the right size potato so they fit well in a chipping bag.
And look into your crystal balls, and I know that this isn't something that you might be working on right now, but where does flavor and taste fall in this? Is there work being done about making a potato taste like something else?
I think flavor and taste are huge, and we're being contacted all the time for new table stock varieties with unique flavors, unique colors, be it whether they're red, or purple, shapes, sizes. It's a huge market, and there's great opportunity there, particularly with texture. And I think that I don't want to change a potato from a potato, but I do want to make a potato taste better, have a nice texture, waxy texture, great different colors, unique nutritional properties. Dave, you've got some thoughts, I'm sure, too.
Yeah, so taste is important, but texture is part of that taste.
Yeah.
And we've been focusing on some of the colors. So we have some red and purple potatoes that have some really rich colors in the flesh, and I think that adds to the consumer experience. When they're having a dinner and you have some nice colored flesh potatoes on the market, on your plate, it really presents a nice dinner to the...
Well, thank you both very much for joining us and the work that you're doing. Appreciate that. And we're going to take a break. Again, a reminder, 5 o'clock. And I'm going to remind you guys, too, the Spud Nation Throwdown happens right on the stage. So be sure to join us for some fabulous recipes. And then I'm going to actually turn it over to Simon Muldar from the Food Network, who's going to be hosting this year, the Spud Nation Throwdown. And he's going to also be peppering it with all things potato. He just did a podcast about fish and chips and uncovered facts that you wouldn't believe about potatoes. So make sure, if you're here in Austin at the Convention Center, 5 o'clock behind me at the Innovation Center stage, or if you're at home or if you're in your office, please don't forget to tune in. We'll be right back.
See you in Austin.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We're live at the Eye at the Potato Expo here in Austin. With me is Don Drader from Syngenta. And first, let me thank you. Syngenta has been a huge supporter of Potato Expo, of everything. So thank you on behalf of all the potato farmers. I wish I was, I'm not. But Syngenta really steps up to the party every year. So thank you for that.
We appreciate that. It's also been a great venue for us and given us the opportunity to share information that's new within Syngenta. So it's been very good for us. And an opportunity to visit with a lot of our growers that we haven't seen throughout the winter. And
Sure.
It's that reacquaintance period.
So bring us up to speed. What's new and exciting at Syngenta?
Well, I'd like to start out with just maybe talking about seed treatment. We have a newer product that we've been pushing actually last year and this year. It's called Cruiser Max Vibrance Potato. It's a combination of an insecticide and 3 fungicides. So it's providing a grower basically the entire needs that he has for his seed when he's planting. So last year it was Cruiser Max Elatus potato, and now we've gone to that next step with Vibrance. And Vibrance has Elatus in it, so we've just went to the next step beyond. And Vibrance is all about improved rhizome.
Now, I'm not a scientist, but having said that, I'm going to assume that depending on where you're growing your potatoes throughout the country, that ratio of those 4 elements changes to make sure that, it's the right mixture for that climate, for that part of the country, for that soil health.
Actually, it doesn't. It's the same formulation across the board because we found...
Now you know why I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, sure. But we found that the formulation we're using in Washington is the same formulation we'd be using in Florida or Texas, and we're getting the same results. We're getting a broad spectrum of disease control from it, and also we're still getting the rhizome activity that we really can affect a grower's yield and response. So it's been one product, one rate that a grower can use, so it simplifies it for him and makes it easy.
That's terrific. And when we take a look at what the future holds, and I know that a lot of these things are secretive and they're under patent and so on, but describe to me what Syngenta is working on that in the next short term is going to be hitting the market to help the potato growers.
Well, since we started with seed treatment, I'm going to continue there. We're now looking at a product called Elatus. Elatus is
Who comes up with these names?
Between you and I have no idea. They didn't ask me, but
really, they should have.
They should have.
Because you're the one who's talking to the farmers.
Exactly. So you got to make sure that name is compatible with the product. Elating. And anyway, Elatus is an in-furrow product that's going to give us additional rhizome activity. And rhizome is one of those diseases that can cause the potato plant. It causes root pruning. So in the underground stolons, it'll cut off that little stolon, which is where your tubers are, your seed, and reduce your yield. Or it'll cut off part of them, and you'll have a couple great big potatoes, and then a bunch of little ones, which is not what a processor wants.
No, not even close.
That's the second product that we're coming out. And then we do have a lot of foliar fungicides also coming right behind that. They're called Orondis products, and they're for other diseases, for some of our foliar diseases, but also have some soil activity there also on products, diseases like Pythium and pink rod. So we've got a broad spectrum, and then end of the season we've got another new one coming.
And you're not going to tell me about that?
Well, Miravis Prime. Miravis Prime is our newest product. Miravis Prime is a early blight. Early blight is a disease that causes defoliation of the foliage and will reduce
and a major
yields.
concern.
And a major concern. It also has, Miravis Prime has white mold. So white mold can pinch off those stems and also affect yield. So we have a broad spectrum of fungicides in addition to where we start with the seed treatment, our in-furrow treatments, and our foliar treatments. So we cover almost the entire spectrum.
Don, thanks again for joining us, and again, thank you on behalf of everybody here that Syngenta steps up and helps potato growers year in and year out.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now we're going to take a break and we're going to have a slight change of program. Kara Hart, who I'm sure you met and you loved last year, is going to do some interviews. I'm going to take a quick break. But interesting, what's going on with Kara is they actually are following her throughout the entire Potato Expo. It's the story about what a agriculture broadcaster is doing for a full day at the Potato Expo. Now, that's not going to come out for a while, a few weeks and so on, but in the meantime, it's going to be fascinating for all of us to watch. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to be right back here at around 2:50 with Simon, some of our judges before they judge the Spud Nation Throwdown, and again, lots more to come, both today and all day tomorrow, right here at the Potato Expo at the Austin Convention Center, and stay tuned for more.
Good afternoon, Facebook community. I'm Kara Hart, reporting for the Red River Farm Network from the Potato Expo. We are inside the trade show, sitting right next to Eric Halverson of Black Gold Farms. He's the CEO. Before we get to that in a second, I wanted to let you know that I'll be visiting with few folks from the Red River Valley, potato growers, business and industry professionals. And for those of you not familiar with the Red River Valley, it is a productive crop growing region spanning across North Dakota and Minnesota, a little bit up into Canada, and it's a great area for agriculture, in particular potatoes. Again, visiting with me today is Black Gold Farms CEO Eric Halverson. And Eric, you are the chairman of the Northern Plains Potato Growers Association as well. And Black Gold Farms spans across the country, but it is headquartered in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Thanks for joining us, and tell us a little bit about the family business.
As you said, we're a potato growing operation headquartered in Grand Forks. I'm the fourth generation Halverson, taking the role of CEO at Black Gold Farms. We grow red potatoes, chip potatoes, and we actually grow some sweet potatoes as well down in Louisiana. So chip potatoes is our main crop that we grow across the country, though.
So what brings you to Potato Expo? Why come?
I've been to basically every Potato Expo because we're potato people, and it's a lot of fun to come and meet our friends here at the expo. First and foremost, I enjoy that part of it. But also, obviously, it's a great place to meet with our customers, some of our vendors, and learn new things, learn what's going on in the industry and how that might be able to impact our operations. So.
Well, ahead of the Potato Expo this morning was the Potato Business Summit. Covered a lot of topics, but in particular, there were some highlights for the farm economy and also a fresh market outlook. So for your opinion, Eric, what's the biggest takeaway for the fresh market for the year ahead? Yeah,
the biggest takeaway, I think, is that there's opportunity out there for the fresh market. Sometimes at this point of the season, we see the storages are full and potatoes aren't moving fast enough. And so my takeaway is that things are pretty balanced, and that's always good. Specifically for the Red River Valley, I think that things are looking pretty good in terms of market, and that the pricing then can be a little bit strong, and we can move our potatoes on time. That's always good. That helps with our pack outs, and then I think it also speaks well for next year. So I think that's pretty good. I think in the other segments outside of red, yellows is the sales of yellows continues to grow, and we grow good yellows in the Red River Valley, so that's a positive. And I think it's good news generally for the Red River Valley.
So part of your family business is also chipping potatoes too, and I didn't hear much on that outlook this morning. What can you tell us about the chip industry, how things are going? Yeah, well, it's been a dynamic year in 2018, which obviously drives the 2019 contracting and season, and so the crop was generally short around the country, and short for a lot of reasons, mostly Mother Nature. In the center part of the country, it got cold, and so not all the potatoes were harvested yet, got cold, and so growers are dealing with that. But really, even before that, it started in many of the areas where we grow potatoes that things were either too hot, too cold, too wet, or too dry. We say, which seems like a frequent situation in the potato industry. But it really created really short crops for many of the growing regions, and so we're seeing that's having an influence on what's in storage, and then it's also having an influence on things for next year as we get ready for next year, 2019, and try to figure out what the industry needs from a supply situation. So there's higher demand because of the crop in 2018. So what else is going on with Black Gold Farms? Any new updates to the family biz? Let's see what else is going on. We're just, like I said, we're done with 18 and we're on to 2019. We actually start planting potatoes here in a couple days down here in Texas, south of San Antonio. So we're basically full steam into the next crop here, 2019. And our focus there is just about doing a good job growing potatoes, putting the seed in the ground in the right way, in the right time, and start again. That's the great thing about growing potatoes and being a farmer is we get to start all over once a year.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you all for joining us. Reporting agriculture's business from here at the Eye and the Potato Expo, I'm Kara Hart for the Red River Farm Network. Good afternoon, Facebook community. Reporting to you live from the Potato Expo inside of the trade show here at the Eye. I'm Kara Hart for the Red River Farm Network. Joining me is Northern Plains Potato Growers Association President Donovan Johnson. Donovan succeeds former President Chuck Gunnarsson, who retired this summer. And Donovan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for asking me.
Yeah, so it's your first Potato Expo. How are things going?
You know, this is a great opportunity to get together with so many people involved in the industry, whether it's on the national side, the vendors, growers that come here and trying to interact and figure out how to be better at what we do. It's the educational side has been tremendous, so it's a learning process. It's a great opportunity.
What have you been learning so far?
You know, yesterday, Potatoes USA spent all day on various topics that they've been focusing on, one of which is real potatoes, real performance. And so identifying ways that we can make the potato stand out as a energy food and not a couch potato concept. It's a big task, but the bottom line is there's a lot of nutrition in a potato. And so it fuels performance and doing those type of things. Talking on the international side, not just the domestic side, some of the challenges we have going on, but there's so many topics, there's so many outgrowths and out meetings that you can participate in to learn what's going on.
Transitioning a little bit back to your new role, you've been in this position just a little more than 6 months. What is your view, what in your view are the challenges and opportunities for potato growers in the Red River Valley?
You know, I will have to say, based on what has happened in the last year, things are a little easier as far as moving the product. Pricing is a little bit better because supply, the actual amount of supply is down. So the demand is good. Unfortunately, sometimes that's created by unfortunate circumstances in other areas. And mainly in this case, it's Europe and Wisconsin and other places. So we are taking advantage of that. But the challenges still exist, what they have been in the past. Trucking, moving the product out of the Northern Plains area to the end marketplaces is still a challenge. That's a little bit better because we have less product to move this year, but it has not been solved. And don't want to be complacent on that way. We still have international issues that come into play, both with Mexico and Canada to a certain degree. Again, that's not an issue this year because of the supply situation, but it comes down again to make sure that the growers are not exceeding the demand that exists out there when they grow their produce and the varieties. Another thing is what type of varieties. You know, there still needs to be work on the varieties that are resistant to a lot of the diseases and viruses and pests, and a lot of that work still happens. So that's probably the biggest challenge we have is the dollars that need to go into research, the shrinking pot sometimes that is available, whether it's on the federal level, the state level, the private sector level. There's just a lot still to be done in that area.
Switching gears a little bit, you have a background and a little bit of knowledge in trade, or at least trade relations, in your job prior to joining Northern Plains Potato Growers. But the last time you and I had a really long chat was maybe a few months ago when you'd first started, and we talked a little bit about trade, your take, and the discussions between Mexico and the U.S. and how that was going in the potato industry. Have there been any updates from our last conversation?
You know, the renegotiated NAFTA, USMCA, did not resolve the issue with tariffs on frozen products, fries. So that still exists. There's a tariff that exists there. On the fresh side, we can still only sell into the northern tier, if you will, of the 10 kilometers. So that has not been resolved. So essentially, our relationship as far as moving products from the U.S. into Mexico is the same as it's been. We'll continue to work on it, and there's certainly national organizations that are continuing to work on that issue also.
Trade's still definitely a big topic here at the Expo.
Sure, absolutely. You know, it's a situation that there's a lot of consumption that occurs in the U.S., but there's a lot of potatoes that are grown in the U.S. And certainly on the fresh side, it's a lot of that is consumed in the U.S., but when you get to the processed side, a lot of that is exported out, and so we want to continue to make sure those markets remain open and remain competitive.
Well, Donovan, thank you again so much for joining me. And before we go, is there anything else potato growers or the potato industry need to know about you?
About me?
Yeah, you are a new face here at the Potato Expo this year.
You know, I think it's my goal is to try and work on behalf of the growers, the shippers, the industry in the Northern Plains. Sometimes that's localized, regionalized, sometimes involves on a national level. As you mentioned before, my background has been on the national level in addition to statewide. So it's continuing to work to promote the industry, make it better, eat more spuds, you know, and make sure you understand that it's a healthy food.
Once again, we've been visiting with Donovan Johnson with the Northern Plains Potato Growers Association. I'm Kara Hart reporting to you from the Potato Expo in Austin, Texas. Good afternoon, guys. In our final segment from the Red River Valley, a look into potato growers and the potato industry. I'm Kara Hart for the Red River Farm Network. Joining me, I have Carl Sad, Minnesota seed potato grower and National Potato Council member, Justin Dagan. Justin, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Gladly.
Oh, yeah. So before we dive into some of the policy discussions, the Potato Council side of things, seed potato production, how are things going in the industry? How was last year?
You know, in the Red River Valley, we had a basically favorable growing season. We certainly had a dry spell in July and August, but the harvest late had some challenges, but I think 98% of the crop came out in very good condition.
Seed potato, there's going to be some breakout sessions on the topic for growers in the next few days. What kind of topics are discussed at the expo for seed potato growers?
Much of it has to do with disease management. There's always various diseases which we're dealing with. Some of them are changing and mutating, and we're trying to stay on top of them. So I know we'll discuss that.
Yeah, well, we will definitely be reporting from some of those for the Red River Farm Network, and also monitoring policy discussions here at the National Potato Expo. Lots on the minds of potato growers. We heard a lot about trade this morning, and there's also some buzz on the farm bill, too. What's the Potato Council view on the trade situation right now? How are potato growers viewing what's happening?
Trade is extremely important to the potato industry. I believe we export approximately 20% of the potatoes we produce in this country, and we need to keep those trade routes open, you might say. We've worked hard to open them up, to develop those markets the last 20 or 30 years. We've made great progress, and we need to keep the relationships healthy. So I'm hoping in the weeks ahead we can get some progress on that.
Congress passed a farm bill in 2018. That was big news for folks at the end of the year. Now working on the implementation of that once the government is funded again. But what were some of the successes and wins for the potato industry in the bill?
You know, the Farm Bill doesn't directly impact the potato industry in a huge way because we're mostly an independent crop, but there certainly are incentives to do with the Specialty Crop Research Initiative, which allows us to participate in various research areas which are beneficial for our industry. And also there's trade advantages, you know, where we can access MAP funds just to continue to keep our trading partners satisfied. So some of those things come from the farm program.
And then finally, ELDs and transportation. That was such a big issue. It still continues to be an issue for our area of the country. How is the transportation situation coming along?
It's much, much improved over last year. Last year at this time we were facing this ELD deadline, and I think the transportation industry overreacted, and now we've worked through most of that. It seems to be transportation is much better. Truck availability is much improved now, so we're thankful for that.
So National Potato Council going to meet officially on Friday. Any other topics that we haven't talked about that are potentially on that agenda to discuss?
You know, much of it is about trade. You know, being that 20% of the crop needs to be exported, we're going to be working hard on anything that we can do to improve and to build on the trade relationships that we've built.
Once again, we've been visiting with Carlstad, Minnesota farmer Justin Dagan, and I am Kara Hart reporting to you from the Potato Expo. Before we leave you this afternoon, I want to thank our sponsors for the event: National Potato Council, AMVAC, Syngenta, Gowan USA, and Ag Country Farm Credit Services. A friendly reminder, you can follow the Red River Farm Network on Facebook and Twitter at RRFN. Reporting agriculture's business from the Potato Expo and the Eye, along with Justin Dagan, I'm Kara Hart for the Red River Farm Network.
We're back live from the Eye at the Potato Expo right here in the Austin Convention Center. And you see who my next guest is. Featured speaker. Simon is with us. Simon is actually taking over the reins from me being the host of the Spud Nation Throwdown, and in much better hands.
Say that after.
No, it's true. So not only at 5 o'clock are we going to have the Spud Nation Throwdown competition, Simon is going to intersperse it with all kinds of potato facts, and then tomorrow he'll be back to do a culinary demonstration. Again, now, let's talk about the culinary demonstration first.
Yeah.
You're going to be doing 2 dishes. What are they?
2 dishes. So the first dish is going to be from my Indian background. My father is from India. So we're going to take mashed potato. It's a way of using leftover mashed potato. And we're going to fry off some onions and chili and ginger and garlic, all kinds of wonderful Indian spices. And we're going to mix that into the mashed potato, make little balls, and then dip those in a batter of chickpea flour. So it's a gluten-free dish. Dip it and then deep fry them. And then we're going to serve that with a chutney. So it's a Mumbai street food. Really lovely, spicy and delicious.
So basically it's an upscale, more flavorful, more interesting tater tot.
That's exactly what it is. Batata vada, which
say it again.
Batata, potato.
Okay.
Comes from the original word potato, from vada, so fried. So it's basically a fried potato. But it's one of those things you'd buy for a few cents on the streets in Mumbai. And we're going to do a slightly more upscale version of it. But it's gluten-free. It's wonderful. You can do it as an appetizer. You can do it as a canapé. I cook it all the time. The second one is actually a really super simple dish, but I saw it in Italy. Recently we're in Livorno, and whenever I'm traveling, I always try and pick up dishes. And this is a potato that we're going to get a big potato, parboil it, so half kind of cook it, slice it, and then immediately, while it's still hot, toss it in flour and parmesan, lots of grated parmesan and flour. The heat will make that stick to it. We're then going to shallow fry it, and it makes it puff up a little bit. Not quite like a souffle potato, but the outside gets really crunchy and golden. The inside gets really, really soft and pillowy. Then we're going to top that with sour cream, microgreens, and then what we're also going to do, if I have time, we're going to get the skins that we've cleaned off, and we're going to deep fry those to make like a potato crackling to go in the middle. So that's something that they serve with like a bistecca fiorentina in Italy. So I saw it at this restaurant. I just thought it would be a nice 2 dishes, quite a lot to do in 45 minutes. So I thought the second one would do this super simple side dish that anyone could do at home.
So this is why he's the new host of the Spud Nation Throwdown. So this is your first time at the Potato Expo. Yeah. You've had a chance to walk around a bit, talk to some folks. What's your impression?
Well, first of all, I'm blown away by just the sheer amount of technology that's involved in potato growing, and that's silly because I spend a lot of time with farmers. I spend a lot of time working with people, but when you see it all come together and you see how this crop is followed from pre-seed almost with the science there all the way through to the consumer, and how it's not just regulated but just managed, I think is extraordinary to get yields for the farmers, to get variety to the consumers. So I think part of my job as someone who deals with the consumers as well as with the farmers is to try and help them tell that story. Because I think a lot of people, the average person, I don't mean that in a mean way, but the general person outside has no idea. And I think sometimes we need to talk about that. We need to talk about the amount of work that farmers do to get those crops onto our tables, something that we can go into any supermarket, particularly a potato that's so ubiquitous, and people will take that for granted just as they go and put a couple of potatoes. And I want to be able to say to people, wow, look at this. And that's also why I write history on Eat My Globe, is I've done the history of potatoes. It goes back thousands of years, and in the Andes they still have 4,000 types of potato. Can you imagine? 4,000 types of potato. So that's the other thing, is seeing all these hardworking people here. I want to try and connect them with chefs as well, because I think that's one of the hardest things as well, is to talk to chefs, particularly when we go through all the craziness of keto and Atkins, and people go, potatoes. Right. And I think part of it is just going, let's talk about the nutrition. Let's talk about the reality of what's in a potato. Let's talk about the variety. So if you don't want to necessarily eat a big bowl of mashed potato, and who wouldn't want to eat a big bowl of mashed potato? But let's talk about beautiful salads made out of some of these smaller artisanal potatoes that are out there. I mean, so that's my role, I think, is a kind of conduit between the consumer and the chefs and the growers. And that's what I'm trying to find out more about here.
That's great, and we're thrilled to have you here. You fit us in between Food Network, in between Asia travels, in between your podcast, and I understand that your current podcast is all about fish and chips.
Well, the first episode of season 1, again, Eat My Globe, if anyone wants to go and check it out.
Go check it out. It's fabulous.
Thank you. I wrote about fish and chips because I thought I'm going to write about my favorite meal in the world, what I would have as a Brit for my last meal. And potatoes, of course, are central to that. But it has a great history because the potatoes or chips came from Belgium, and it was a result of religious persecution. Belgian Huguenots used to fry potatoes, got thrown out and ended up in London. At the same time, Jewish people in Portugal who fried fish in batter got thrown out and ended up in London. Sort of met in the same part of London, intermarried, and started selling them together.
I never knew.
And so fish and chips, the most British dish of all,
right,
is a result of religious persecution in Belgium and Portugal, which is a great story. But fish and chips, to me, and I was just talking to a journalist earlier, I'm a great believer in triple cooking my chips. 3, they've got to be these big fat ones, none of your flappy little fries.
Right.
They're big fat English chips you've got to have with your fish and chips. And that's my favourite, and I love cooking them. I triple cook them. Parboil them in water, shallow fry them in a kind of lighter temperature, about 325 till they're blanched, and then final fry when you're ready. And they're really crunchy on the outside and soft and pillowy in the middle. Wonderful stuff.
So when you look at the competitors, the 3 chefs who are competing today, what are you going to be looking for as someone who has been a judge on, Top Chef and all these Food Network shows, besides hosting the competition? Just from an education standpoint, what are you going to be looking for them to be doing that's slightly different than somebody else who cooks potatoes?
Well, we have 3 fantastic chefs, and they've taken different approaches.
Saw that.
What I love, just in the description of the dishes, and I don't know if we'll see how they carry it out, is the potato is the star. So it's not something that they've got a dish and they've just slotted a potato in, and I can see that immediately, and I know that from judging, and I go, yeah, this is a dish you've done and you've put X in because that's the secret ingredient. I go, I get it, it's tasty, but you're not kind of staying true. So they have really articulated kind of potato as a kind of wonderful dish. They've all put very different techniques. We're seeing smoking, we're going to see obviously some frying. We've seen one putting a very Texas angle on the dish, so I'm looking forward to that. So these are chefs, so we're going to see techniques, and I'm going to be looking at the techniques, talking to them about it, sharing with the people on Facebook those techniques so you can try them at home. But here's the thing with chefs, sometimes there are things that, however good I think I am as a cook, I can't try at home because these guys are better than me, and that's just the reality of a chef. But it's fun to watch. And in the end, the reality is of all these things, you can have all the technique and everything else, it's got to taste good. It's food in the end. You can put all the magic into it, but if it tastes kind of horrible, you're going to lose.
Right, taste
so it's
is always
still got to be, taste is still number 1.
And what advice are you going to give to the judges? We've got 5 judges. We've got Addie Broyles from the American-Statesman food editor. We've got Kathy Strange, who's Global Innovation Director for Whole Foods Markets.
Wonderful.
John Keeling, CEO. We've got 2 growers. What kind of advice are you going to give to them of what they should be looking for?
I always look at it in kind of 3 ways. Does it taste good? First of all, does it look great? Because we do really look at things with our eyes first. We look at a dish, and if it doesn't look good, we kind of don't particularly want to eat it. But then the creativity. I want to see that the chefs have shown creativity using potatoes. Have they used a variety of potatoes? Have they cooked them in different ways? So I want the chefs. And I'll say the same to the chefs, sell your dish, and it's one of the most important things when you do any competition show, as I know and I've cooked in them, sell your dish. Sell it as a potato dish to potato people.
And what's interesting about the throwdown is not only we'll be watching them cooking it and presenting it, but then they have a chance to get in front of the judges and tell the story of their dish. And that's really what is, frankly, over the years that we've been doing the throwdown, has really changed some of the judges' point, and it's all done electronically and so on, because when they hear the story of where it comes from and how they made it, it gives more information than just seeing it and tasting it.
Always sell it, tell a story, tell about why you came up with that dish. The only thing I always say You must never, ever, ever, and I might do it tomorrow in my demo, play what I call the G card, the grandmother card. You don't go, this is something my grandmother taught me, because you just know that's a lie, and I'm going to throw you out. I'm going to stop the competition there and then. I've done it myself before.
Love it. Well, Simon, thank you for joining
Always
us
a
at the
pleasure.
Potato Expo. And we're going to take a break. We're going to talk to the judges now, and we're going to find out what they're doing. We're going to talk to two of the chefs who are competing. We talked to Addie Broyles earlier today. We'll be talking to Kathy Strange from Whole Foods in a bit of time, and really looking forward to this year's Spud Nation Throwdown, so I can sit in the audience and I can take it all in.
Have a glass of potato beer.
Exactly. I haven't tried. Have you tried
I
it
haven't,
yet?
no. I'm after the show.
Okay, fair
After the
enough.
show, not before. Who knows
Okay.
what could happen?
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more. Okay, the time is getting close. It's going to be the Spud Nation Throwdown. We heard from Simon. Now we're going to hear from one of the contestants, Brian Moses, who's the chef at Olive and June here in Austin. Brian, first of all, thank you for joining us.
Oh, no worries. Pleasure to be here.
So tell us a little bit about Olive and June.
Olive and June, we call ourselves Southern Italian Restaurant. We make all of our pasta and bread in-house every day.
So it's Southern Italy, not South Texas and Italian combo. Okay.
We do pride ourselves in using the bounties of the Southern Texas agriculture community, but no, we try and stay pretty close to as authentic as we can. Obviously, we take liberties here and there. But.
Sure, of course. And so you're working directly with farmers that are local to get everything as fresh as possible.
Yes. Part of Southern Italy is using what's around you and using what's fresh and local, and we try and take that and use it at the restaurant along with all of our other programs that we do.
So, are you Italian? No.
I'm not.
Okay. So I grew up, and I'm not Italian either, but I grew up in an Italian North Jersey little town. And if you ever watch The Sopranos, that took place where I grew up.
That's awesome.
And those were the people that surrounded me. So I want to tell you an embarrassing moment of time. So as I think you know, I was the food trends editor for the Today Show for like 20 odd years. So one day I'm doing a segment, and it was some Italian food and so on. So I corrected one of our hosts who were talking about one of the ingredients. So I said ricotta instead of ricotta. And I thought that I was doing the true Italian pronunciation. So I had a cousin who lived in Milan, and obviously Northern Italian dialect is different. And everybody made fun of me because that's the way a lot of the poor Italian immigrants referred to ricotta. So I was corrected on air live. So moving past that. So tell us about what your recipe is today that you're going to be competing on.
So I'm going to do, it's kind of like a play on pastrami, but using potatoes. We want to take some of that like Texas smoke that Texas is famous for. It's almost like a twice stuffed potato with pastrami spices and some smoked onion. I think it'll really be an elevated dish that'll put me on top.
So let's talk about putting you on top. What is the strategy? Part of the presentation, you're going to be making it, they're going to be tasting it, but you also have the opportunity to present to them why you created this dish. So why did you create this dish?
As you said, you have an Italian background. I have a Jewish background. Pastrami is kind of
Main Street. I grew up going to Katz's Deli on the Lower East Side,
which is delicious. I've been there multiple times. But that, and then just being from Texas myself, and really just appreciating and just growing up in that culture with the smoke and everything else. I think it's close, it's personal, and I think that's really what when people cook that way, where it really means something to them, it shows in their dish.
So I know in just a couple minutes you're going to be with the other chefs. You're going to be eyeing their dishes. You're going to be eyeing them. What are you looking for in weaknesses of other competitors?
I don't know about any weaknesses. I think it's all fun and games until it starts, and then after that, it's you're in it to win it.
Well, thank you so much for doing it, for being here, and best of luck.
All right,
I hope you become the top spud.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah, because have you seen what you get as the top spud?
A ton of potatoes.
No, even better. You ever watch wrestling?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how the winner gets this huge belt?
Yeah.
That's what the top spud gets. Seriously.
That belt?
That belt that has Spud Nation Throwdown on it and top spud.
Perfect.
Perfect to hang in the restaurant.
To hang in the restaurant, just go out on the town with.
Yeah. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more after this. no, you caught me. Well, it's okay because they're giving out potato beer at Potato USA's booth. So it's really good. You got to try it. But I have an expert here, David Harrop. David, have you tried your beer yet? Try your beer. Now, this is potato beer from Potatoes USA. What do you think?
I think it's great. Nice, clean finish. Perfect for a Texas summer day.
And actually, it's brewed here in Austin.
That's awesome.
So David is actually another one of our Spud Nation Throwdown contestants today. So thank you for joining us.
Happy to. Thank you.
Tell us, and you're a cookbook author, you're on top of all the trends. What's your recipe for the Throwdown?
So mine is a version of a Hasselback potato. It's easy to do, but we incorporate some great smoked sausage, some pickled jalapeno sour cream, so it has the flavors of a Texas smokehouse, but with a Hasselback potato.
So what's your strategy in order to win? You're going to size up your competition. Winning the Spud Nation Throwdown, you become the nation's top spud for a year. I'm serious. You're moving a little closer.
That would be an amazing honor, but it's great competition. But my goal is to highlight the potato. It's such a wonderful, versatile product. It's let the potato shine and just use some accent flavors around it.
So what do you think, being a cookbook author, you've written a number of books, use all kinds of ingredients. What's your relationship with the potato?
The potato is, without question, the most versatile product imaginable. Everything from potato donuts, which are amazing, to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's nothing more versatile and just food-friendly, pantry-friendly than the classic potato.
And one of the things that most consumers don't know is how nutritious potatoes really are. I mean, people say, oh, I don't want to have carbs and whatever, but they really don't know, the nutrition aspect of potatoes.
And, personally, I need to focus on eating more potassium, and the potatoes are a great way to increase potassium in the diet, without question.
And we actually had a scientist on before who was talking just about that, and also that we're really at risk of potassium levels in the American diet. And also people are so concerned with sodium, but potassium is the nature's balance to sodium. So exactly right.
Yeah. Like I said, it's so much fun to cook with, because I can't think of any other product that you can use. Fry, steam, bake, saute, it's so versatile.
Well, good luck in the competition, and cheers to you and your recipe.
Thank you now. It'll be fun.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with our third contestant at the Spud Nation Throwdown. The excitement is building behind me in preparation for the Spud Nation Throwdown. Now, this is the 4th or 5th Spud Nation Throwdown, I forgot already. And this year it's all about Austin-based chefs. And with me is our third and final competitor for today, Ryan Spisak, who's the executive chef of the Cimarron Hills Country Club. So Ryan, welcome. Thanks for competing today.
Thanks for having me.
And, tell me first a little bit about the Cimarron Hills Country Club, because people, when they hear country club, real fancy, real demanding guests and so on, and at times a lot more challenging than being in a restaurant.
Oh, definitely. It's a full-service club.
You're moving a little bit.
I'm sorry. It's a full-service club. Full-service club. Do lunch and dinner Wednesday through Saturdays, and lunches the rest of the week. Closed on Mondays. We've got a signature Jack Nicklaus course, which is really nice. But in the country club world, it is a real big difference as opposed to being in a restaurant, because you are dealing with not only handling your a la carte stuff, but you're doing your banquet events as well and everything. So, but it's nice. And the great part about being in a club is the fact that you get to know your membership really well, very intricately, and so you can cater to them one-on-one in a way that you just can't do in a public setting. So that makes it really neat to work in a place like that.
You start building a relationship with them. Are there any particular dietary needs or taste profiles that they come up with that's challenging in the kitchen?
I would say it's a new one every year. Right now it's the gluten-free movement, right? That's the big one. Before that you had paleo, and before that there was the South Beach diet and things of that nature. But we definitely do have a couple, you get to know a couple people that have severe allergies to a couple things.
Of course.
But no, they're pretty much... Fortunately, I've got a control of the menu. I've got 6 items on the top left-hand side of the menu that change every 3 weeks as far as the entrees go.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of freedom and a lot of people that come in and get to experience that on a pretty common basis, which is nice.
That's great. So what's your dish that you're going to be competing with today?
All right, so today we've got a Yukon Gold potato and char sweet pork belly empanada. It's going over a roasted potato salad, and it's going to have a little bit of Venetian slaw, ginger, cilantro, and radish.
Sounds fabulous.
So with the information that we got with the bean potatoes, and then they said they wanted to see something that was trendy barbecue, and it was like, okay, how are we going to pull these together?
Right.
So then I started thinking the trendiest thing in barbecue right now is with Scott Franklin and whatnot going on downtown, this Asian fusion barbecue and stuff. So that's kind of where this one was born out of.
So how did you think of this dish? I'm assuming this has not been on the Country Club menu. Maybe it is.
No, I haven't put it on there. After this, it might go on. Let's see how we do.
So besides just the infusion of Asian and so on, when you create a new dish to go on the menu, what are the steps that you take from a creative standpoint, as well as trying to come up with something that that your members are going to like?
Definitely you got to start thinking about, hitting all the different flavor profiles. You want to hit, something spicy, savory, sweet, salty, bitter. You're looking to get all the parts of the palate going in one dish as much as possible. And then from there, just make sure you're working with the right, texturally. You've got some things going on because nobody wants to go in and get something that's all the same, one thing. But usually it's the flavor profile first, and then coming up with technique to get behind it second.
Well, terrific. Ryan, best of luck.
Thank you.
I'll be watching. I'll be rooting you guys on for the
Enjoy the show.
Yeah, thank you. Spud Nation Throwdown on in just 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. But we're going to keep on going right here with more interviews, more coming live from the Austin Convention Center, the Potato Expo. We are called the Eye. But don't forget, at 5 o'clock, we're going to go live. It'll be a live feed throughout the entire Spud Nation Throwdown, so you can cheer them on as well. You can make comments on them. You can talk about what dishes you wish that you were here to taste. And for now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. We are here live on the Potato Expo show floor. We're at a place called the Eye. If you're on the show floor, come visit us. We've got crowds of people behind us. Everybody's getting ready. Everybody's playing games at Potato USA. They're getting ready for Spud Nation Throwdown. There are more lectures at the Potato Hub Innovation Center. We're doing all that. Tony is laughing at me because as the day is going on, the words just aren't coming out as quick as they should. So, one of the things, and we had some fun with some of the contestants for Spud Nation Throwdown, but one of the things that's coming out loud and clear here for the farmers, for everybody at Potato Expo, has to do with the research, has to do with soil health, and with me is Kyle Coleman, who's from NovaSource, North America. So, Kyle, what's going on with soil health, and how is NovaSource, helping the farmers that are out there?
Well, appreciate the chance to be here, Phil. Thank you very much. Yeah, soil health is just a critical element. I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and I see fields that are in these high-value crops that are rotated over and over and over again. Times are pretty good when you're talking about a virgin field.
Right. After that?
As the literally decades go on, it gets to be a tougher game. So we are in the soil fumigant business, and what we're doing is clearing a path before anything is even planted to get rid of some of the disease, weeds, parasitic nematodes that will attack that crop later. And we do this on a lot of high-value crops like potatoes, onions, carrots, and really, it's funny because you recognize crop value or produce value in the store, right? And nobody wants a sweet corn that has a worm taking out a row. But what we're doing is before the game really even begins, just cleaning up that soil and getting rid of some of those pests, diseases in order to...
So let's talk about that. I think, and I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that in order to become certified organic, the field has to be free of anything for 7 years.
It would be 3 years, by my understanding.
3 years in organic. Okay. Thank you for correcting me. As it relates to conventional, how long is it, and how long does it take you with NovaSource to be able to clean that soil, to put it, in the right place to grow new crops?
Yeah. So an organic transition is over a period of time, and they're battling some of the pests that our crop protectant is working on. So they're playing a difficult game. We're able to fumigate the soil weeks before we plant, or even 4 to 6 months before the crop is even planted. That can clear enough space to get that crop planted and out of the ground before a lot of those pests rebuild. So it's difficult. You've got situations in organic where there's just places where they can't put it.
Right.
Because the pest pressure is just built over time.
Right.
So they have to pick their spots. But we're helping the conventional acres where people, they understand I've got the land, I've got, a viable crop situation here. I just need help with that head start to get the crop moving and out.
So describe the process to me. Is it that your team goes out there, they take samples of the soil, they analyze it, and every field could be different?
Every field is different.
Okay, every field is different.
They are very different, and I spoke on that earlier today, that a 100-acre center pivot, when you stand out there, it looks like an ocean.
Right.
And within that, in fact, you can almost imagine an ocean, where the fish are, where they are not. You have pockets of disease, you have pockets of nematodes, you have areas where weeds are a tremendous problem. So we don't necessarily sample, but people do. And they gather that information, they educate the grower. Here's the situation. Our soil fumigant is not cheap. And so to make an investment like that, they're actually making an investment ahead of time to figure out what have we got, what do we need to work on, where is it, and then they move forward with the fumigation in order to get themselves ready for the crop year.
And while, it might not be cheap, long term, it is, because if you don't do it, you're not going to have the yields, you're not going to have the quality of produce, whether it's potatoes or anything else that you're growing. So,
it's deeper than that. Yeah,
it's like putting oil in your car. You can't run a car without oil.
It's a fantastic analogy. Really, the pests that we're protecting against can literally cause certain crops to be rejected. Not just devalued, not just a lower yield, but a certain amount of nematode pressure, for example. A potato processor will reject that crop. A 100-acre pivot of potatoes is worth $500,000 by my math, and you just literally cannot afford a mistake. So we try to diagnose properly, so that we're doing the right thing when we need to. Not every field is fumigated, and nor should it be, but it's diagnosed when it needs it, how it needs it, and then that's where we come in.
What's the number one problem that you're finding that farmers come to you with?
I would say the number one problem is trying to make sure that the fumigant that they're applying is being applied in the most efficient way. There isn't a person out there that wants to buy one more gallon of fumigant than they need. It's funny, we talk about pesticides and things. These guys, this is an expense. It's an investment or an expense, but they don't want to put anything more into it than they absolutely have to.
And part of that is also being stewardships of the land.
Absolutely, absolutely. They are trying to minimize all inputs, do what they need when they need to, and really nothing more. It doesn't serve them to do more than they need, but it also doesn't serve them to undercut the program and then run into trouble later.
Well, thank you so much for everything you're doing for the potato farmers. Enjoy the Potato Expo. Glad you were able to get on the Innovation Hub and educate people. So,
it's been wonderful. I think you're the hardest working guy here.
I don't know about that, but you guys are. You've got to answer the questions. I got the easy
That's
part.
all right. It's been a pleasure.
So we're going to take a break again. Another reminder. I know I keep on hitting this home. 5 o'clock, Spud Nation Throwdown behind me. Be there. It's going to be an exciting competition that you're not going to want to miss. We'll be right back. science is probably the basis for everything here at the Potato Expo. Farmers want to know more, processors, everybody is really coupled together with learning as much as they can about soil, about water, about crop yield, because frankly, every time you and I go into the supermarket, we want to make sure that we got the best looking, best tasting potato that's out there. Kelly Luff is with me. He's from Bayer Crop Science. And Kelly, one of the things that I'm hearing a lot about, and I know you're a scientist, but help us understand in as much layman terms as possible, this whole situation of nematodes. What are they? Why are they so important to this crop as well as other crops?
So thanks, Phil, for the opportunity. Actually, nematodes are microscopic worms that live in the soil. And we have actually several groups.
And that's naturally occurring.
And that's naturally occurring.
Yep.
They're pretty much ubiquitous. They're everywhere.
Yep.
Most growers will end up having to deal with them. And we typically have three groups that we talk about. We talk about the root lesion nematodes, and then the root knot nematodes, and then the stubby root nematodes. And all of them cause different damage. So if we look at the root lesion nematodes, they're endoparasitic nematodes, meaning that they live in the roots,
right,
and they cause lesions. Those lesions reduce the efficiency of the root system, but they also serve as an entry port for soil, different soil pathogens,
right,
in particular verticillium wilt, which causes potato early dying, reducing yield and quality in the potatoes.
So when you look at this, you can't just look at one trait. You really have to look at what that one trait could affect with other things, as you say, opening up the opportunity for other, whether it's bacteria or other viruses, to be able to get into that plant.
Yeah, and that's particularly the case with lesion nematode, which is involved with potato early dying. On the other hand, if you look at stubby root nematode, it vectors a virus, which causes the virus is called tobacco rattle virus, and it causes corky ring spot in the tuber. So you get necrotic arcs in the tuber that renders them unmarketable. Mm-hmm. And the big one really is the root knot nematodes, Columbia and northern root knot nematode, and they cause bumps on the outside of the tuber and also brown spots on the inside of the tuber. And there's a lot of biology behind that, but ultimately that's the bottom line. The tubers are rendered unmarketable.
So farming today, just from, I'm not sure if I'm using the right word or not, but from a disease standpoint, from a soil health standpoint, is more complicated than ever before?
I wouldn't say it was more complicated than ever before. It's always been there, but that interaction in potatoes is particularly strong. So yeah, there is a strong soil pathogen crop health interaction. Yeah.
So with everything that's going on with soil health, with climate change, do you have more challenges now than you might have had 10 or 20 years ago?
Yeah, so the challenge, I think, is probably the same that it has been, but perhaps we have better solutions, correct?
And maybe better technology to discover it?
And better technology to discover it as well. So, we are having new technology coming on the market to control both the nematodes and the disease spectrums.
So for the average potato farmer that's out there, how difficult is it for them to really identify that they've got a problem and call you up and say, help? Is it relatively easy? Again, because of other technology, whether it's drone technology, whether it's photography, to find these areas, or is it still, walking the field and, having to pull it up and seeing what's going on?
Well, so certainly the technology, like with the drones and such, is getting much better, and it's being used more in the field. But still, a lot of the old technology is there. You need to get out and get soil samples for your nematodes right. And there are predictive models for like early blight and late blight that are used, but still, you have to walk the field. You have to know what's going on. You have to understand how your crop looks from a health perspective. And so sooner or later, maybe the human element will be replaced, but right now we're still relying on getting out there and looking at the crop.
So, as a scientist, when you look at where we are today versus where you hope we will be in 5 years or 10 years, whatever that time frame is, are we getting better? Or again, because of climate, because of all the changes that are taking place, is it going to become more challenging for the potato farmer?
Well, there's a lot of things that will end up making it more challenging, right? I mean, we have a world population that needs to be fed, and
right. So yield is going to become
yield
even
is
more
going
important.
to become even more important, and be able to supply that yield is important. And so we're coming up with new technologies that are increasing yields, that are increasing quality. A couple of the ones that we actually are coming up with include Vellum Prime, which the active ingredient is fluopyram, and it's an awesome piece of technology. It's been very fun to work with. You put it in furrow planting, you combine it with something like Admire, and at a low rate in-furrow technology, you essentially are getting season-long control of foliar insects, you're getting nematode suppression, you're getting early season management of early blight and white mold, all from a low rate in-furrow application. So from a sustainability perspective, that fits very well.
Yes.
Right, and also it's the mammalian toxicity is very low, so they carry a caution label rather than the old chemistries which had danger labels and warning labels, right?
Which is something, as stewards of the earth, farmers are looking for more of that than ever before, because also, whether it be a retailer or a consumer, they're coming back to them and say, we want to make sure that you're not ruining the planet and you're more sustainable and all that. So thank you so much, Kelly, for doing a great job in helping the potato farmers of America.
Thank you, Phil. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you. We're going to take a break. When we come back, more right here, live at the Eye at the Potato Expo here in the Austin Convention Center.
la danza quando studio en la escuela. Pajarita se cubre por ti cuando visita a su abuela. Si necesita una amiga, debe hablar con un ratoncito. Si quieres ser mi amante, debe ser alta y delgadita. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves, todo. Lunes, martes, ratones, pez. Miércoles, jueves.
We're live right here in the Austin Convention Center at the Potato Expo. We're at the Eye, so if you're here on the show floor, and you can see behind me, I mean, the show floor is packed. Head on over. Come by and say hello. With me, I have someone who I met last year, Tommy Roach, from Nature's Alpine System.
Solutions,
yes. Sorry.
No. That's
and, I missed your talk because I've been working here, but you were up on stage. Bring us up to speed. What was your discussion about, and how does this really help the potato farmer?
So I was here last year talking about strictly potassium alone.
Right.
And we're a fertility company. We've been around 72 years. So this year I kind of broadened it to not only talk about potassium, but talk about phosphate, to talk about some of the different additives that can be added to make a more balanced fertility offering. So what I've noticed is that just the common, ordinary person that goes to a supermarket, I think they think they can just snap their fingers and up pops a banana, up pops a potato.
They have no idea where the food
They
comes
have
from.
no idea. So in my talk, being in Texas, I referenced how you feed beef cattle affects the grade, affects protein, affects fat content of that ultimate carcass. And the same thing can be said with a potato, and how you fertilize that potato plant can affect the nutrient content and how that potato ultimately fries when you sit in a potato chip bag or a French fry bag in the freezer. So
when we talk about the science behind all this, again, let's go back to your analogy of the average consumer who really doesn't understand where food comes from, number one, but certainly the science that folks like you really have to execute to make sure that our crops are as healthy, are flavorful as possible. Talk a little bit about how over the past 72 years things have changed, and especially in utilizing technology.
So I was fortunate enough.
Not that you're 72.
No, I grew up in Texas on a farm.
Okay.
So I'm one of the fortunate ones that I've been dealing with this for, 52 years now. And how there's a lot of misconception in the marketplace with social media. People get all caught up in GMOs about, Roundup, glyphosate used in crops.
And we see all the headlines, we see all the lawsuits, we see all this, which to the average consumer is very confusing.
Oh, it's extremely confusing. So one thing that I find, I don't know if you want to call it comical, but if you go to a supermarket and you buy a jug of orange juice, and that jug of orange juice might say non-GMO, but
even though there are no oranges that are GMO.
Exactly. There are no oranges, no lemons that are GMO.
There's only 7 crops.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's really unfortunate that people have gotten off in the weeds, so to speak, on what's safe, because these products don't harm the public. I mean, they're very safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have passed through all this regulation process that has to go through government. It would have never got to that point if it wasn't safe for the consumer.
And how do we fix that? I mean, that's a hard answer to give, I know that. But when we look at, GMOs, we look at CRISPR technology, we look at lower sugar. I mean, all these. Even separating out, I know that there's a lot of controversy now on the nutrition facts label that we're separating out natural sugars from total sugars.
Right.
How do we as an industry, not just potato, but as the food industry, really deal with this confusion and make it more clear?
If I had the answer to that, I would not be here. That's correct. It's very difficult. I mean, with social media, it's made it easy for people to get off on tangents and just just go off where they don't need to go. I don't know how we fix it. I mean, at some point in time...
But we need to.
Exactly. At some point in time, what's lost in all this discussion is common sense. It's just totally been thrown out the window.
Right.
So I don't know to answer your question.
Well, Tommy, thank you for a great presentation.
You're welcome.
Sorry I missed it, but I'll look at the videotape.
All right.
And don't forget, at 5 o'clock, we're going to go live with the Spud Nation Throwdown. I hope you're going to be there, Tommy.
I will.
To cheer on these chefs.
I like potatoes just like everybody else.
Exactly. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Kathy Strange from Whole Foods, one of my favorite people in retail in the entire universe, is going to be here. And I say universe because she is global. She's out there. She's looking for what's next. She's one of the people who have really dictated what the trends are that not only that we're seeing in supermarkets, but frankly we bring home and then we go to restaurants. So stay tuned. Kathy Strange will be right back with us. We're back live at the Eye at the Potato Expo in the Austin Convention Center. With me is one of the best, smartest, nicest retail innovators that I know. Kathy Strange from Whole Foods is with us. Kathy, goes all over the world and finds the latest and the greatest foods, and also actually is able to write some of her insights in the publications from Whole Foods that goes out to consumers to educate us all. So we're in your hometown.
Fantastic. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
We're excited for Potato Expo.
Yeah, and you're a judge at the Spud Nation Throwdown. Thank you for doing that. That's going to happen in just a little while. And this is your first year at the Potato Expo.
It is, and I was so excited when you communicated with me about it, and I looked at what they were doing here, some of the panels and the education and what they're doing with not only consumer outreach but at the booth seems great.
Yep.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks so much.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of your focus is on cheese. And what I think about when I come to the Potato Expo, because to the best of my knowledge, and I could be wrong on this, there's no other food expos that are this deep as it relates to from farm to table is overused, but they're talking about soil health, and that relates to cheese and the cows eating the grass and all that other stuff. Can you imagine if we could do something like this for cheese and have the John Deere drones that fly over the cows and stuff? Wouldn't that be cool?
Oh, it's awesome. And just thinking about all the opportunities that the potato farmers have and agriculture in general, what they contribute is amazing to me. All the varieties, we talk about some of the trends and the varieties, and as an ingredient, what an amazing opportunity for all of the growers and for agriculture. But I'd love that. I love your idea with the drones
we
and
should
with
do
the
that.
guns.
We should do that.
I'd love to do that. Yeah.
And you talk about varieties of potatoes. And I think it was Simon who told me before that in Peru there's 4,000 varieties of potatoes.
Wow, that's incredible.
4,000.
I was thinking when I was just getting my mindset to talk about potatoes, what are some of my favorite dishes and what are my favorite varieties? And I thought, wow, 10 are just come to mind, but my favorite are Yukon Golds. Just want to say that.
Yep, Yukon Gold is where it's at.
Yeah.
So as a judge, and look, you spend your life tasting and discovering new products and looking for innovation and all that. As a judge for the Spud Nation Throwdown, and we've got 3 very, very different recipes, and each of the chefs have a great story, what are you going to be looking for in order to make them the top Spud?
Well, I think the one thing is it has to reflect the essence of what the main ingredient's trying to feature. So I think that's a key component. And then the balance of flavors. I always look for balance. I look for texture. I look for a blending of presentation. So I look for maybe 5 components that I'm going to be judging. And there's some great judges you got. I look forward to working with Addie. She's fantastic.
Addie we had her on before. She's a good friend. We've actually presented at South by Southwest together. She is great. And I think that when we look at the Austin food scene through her lens, it really makes everything more exciting. And she's been at the cutting edge of it for years.
She has, and just finger on the pulse. She's just really great insight. She works with a lot of the organizations in Austin that interface not only with the restaurant community but the agricultural community. So I'm happy to see her. I don't get to see her very often. Austin's growing so quickly and I travel a lot, so I was really thrilled to see that film.
So one last question, then I'll let you go getting ready for a judge. But you must have very mixed emotion at the announcement that came out last week that Amazon is going to expand the amount of Whole Food stores. So now there's 480 stores. They want to add another 400. They just doubled your workload.
Well, I think what's unique opportunity about that is to work with local agricultural partners to be able to integrate them more effectively. And I think just the purview of being in touch and be able to bring good food to so many more places, it's exciting. And I don't know if you remember, but I was with Whole Foods when we had 11 stores.
Yes.
So we've doubled our size quite a few times in my 20 plus year history.
No, but it's great because also when I looked, and they haven't disclosed all the areas that they're going to, clearly what they're saying is we want to bring the Whole Foods quality, the message, the health and wellness aspect to other parts of the country that haven't had it before. And if I look at when they opened up the Whole Foods in Chicago in a sketchy area, everybody said, Detroit. Detroit, sorry, not Chicago. Everybody said,
Newark.
And Newark, this isn't going to work. And it's worked really, really well.
Well, the opportunity as well to incubate local products, to bring that message, to talk about our expertise and really be a part of the community. I think it's a part of what we've always been about, but also to represent agriculture on such a high level in that partnership, we can bring more good food to more people, and that's really a great opportunity for us.
And also with the Amazon connection, we've seen prices go down, become more affordable, and you're doing such a great job.
Thank you so much.
You and Whole Foods and Amazon.
We're excited about the partnership. It continues to evolve and get more exciting every day. So I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much for all you do for the industry.
Oh, well, thank you. And I'm looking forward to looking over your shoulder as a judge and picking up some hints.
Well, it'll be unique. Last time I judged was in Bergen, Norway, judging the international cheese. So here for the Spud, I'm ready for the chefs to bring it.
Exactly. Okay, we're going to take a break. When we come back, more. But again, don't forget, 5 o'clock. And also, not only will Simon be interviewing the chefs as they're cooking, he's going to be talking to Kathy and the other judges of what they're looking for. So be sure to tune in at 5 o'clock for the Spud Nation. I'm sorry, Tony corrected me before. 5:15 it kicks off. but we will be doing it 5:15 between Kathy and Tony. They're going to keep me on the straight and narrow, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Eye at the Potato Expo. We are live. We are with Dr. Bill Easterwood, who's the Director of Agronomic, I always mispronounce that, Services, Agronomic at Yara North American. So tell me, we're going to talk about fertilizer, and we've talked a lot about science and soil health today. So what are you all doing to really help potato and tuber quality in general, and what should the farmers take away from what your science is?
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to speak on that issue. First of all, we have very good scientists throughout the system, and genetically they have produced some very nice varieties. I would consider that a high-performance car, if you will.
Yep.
So you need to fuel the car, and that's where a fertilizer comes in. And you don't want to, with a high-performance car, you wouldn't want to put regular gas when 93 octanes required. So that's what we were doing here, is we know from a lot of our research what needs to be done from a balanced nutrition perspective, and also adding the 4 R's, the right source, the right form, the right placement, the right timing of the crop that you would put down the fertilizer. So that's what I'll be discussing during my presentation.
So give us a little bit more depth of that presentation. What are the farmers, the potato farmers, going to walk away from listening to?
Well, the 2 nutrients that we will really look at are nitrogen and calcium. And over the last few years, we've learned even more about those and how they really produce a higher yield and also a quality tuber. And the quality tuber is what we want to sell.
So I understand the nitrogen side of it. Talk to me a bit about the calcium side.
Calcium is a very, very essential nutrient
Absolutely.
in many crops, from citrus to many others. Calcium's the third most important behind nitrogen and potassium. So it's of extreme importance. It's very important for the potato crop. First of all, we know that the potato is very susceptible to heat stress.
Right.
Now, how do we control that? We've done studies of heat stress can lower yield by 30%.
Wow.
That was done at the University of Wisconsin.
And as we look at more climate change than ever before, and the earth getting hotter, this has got to be even more challenging for farmers and you.
That's right. So that's what we look at, the various issues. We saw it in the field. We duplicated it, the research in the Biotron, same yield reduction. The Biotron there is where you can control all environmental parameters.
So how are you correcting for that?
Applying calcium is in our fertilizers, and that seems to be the very important thing, particularly during the specific timings that you need. Now, another thing is, generally speaking, we put down a base fertilizer initially, a pre-plant to base fertilizer, put it down at hilling, and then maybe before row closure. After row closure, you can't apply any more fertilizer unless it's a liquid fertilizer. And that's what I will be talking about tomorrow.
So when you're applying the calcium, does that, and pardon my naivete and my lack of knowledge, so it might be a silly question, but when you're applying the calcium to the fertilizer, does that in any way increase the calcium in the potato itself?
Yes, sir. No doubt about
okay.
it. I mean, that's what
So
we're
that's
doing.
a good thing from a health nutrition standpoint.
Right. But we're looking at the placement. If you can go through the center pivot, and the fertilizer I'm going to talk about tomorrow, which is just a fertilizer blend of two common sources. If you do that, you get an enhanced efficiency fertilizer.
Mhm.
It's a good thing. And number two, you got a nitrogen source and a calcium source. And every time you put that out, you have the calcium for whatever needs you want. And since you're putting out through fertigation, the timing, you can spoon feed the crop, whatever you need.
Now, what time is your presentation tomorrow?
I think it's at 2:55, I believe.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We'll check it out, and we'll be sure to listen to it. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. Appreciate it a lot. Going to take a break. When we come back, more, the last segment of the day for the Eye at the Potato Expo, except for the big finale, which is the Spud Nation Throwdown Cook-Off. And, you can put in your votes on Facebook and see who you think should win. So make sure you tune in. And I'm going to look forward to seeing you at the Spud Nation Throwdown as well. And then cocktails for everyone, so stay tuned. So it's been a fun day here at the Eye at the Potato Expo, live on the show floor. You can see all these people behind me getting ready for the Spud Nation Throwdown. It starts at 5:15. So make sure you tune in. It's going to be exciting. Simon is going to do a fabulous job as the host. The chefs, the dishes, the everybody that we have here. And then we're going to wrap up. We're going to be back tomorrow for more at the Eye. It's been full of great information. And also, don't forget, besides just here, watching us live, every segment will be edited and posted on the Potato Expo website, so you can, throughout the year, if you missed any of them, go back, get the learnings, and every week we'll be sending out from the Potato Expo another email with one episode for the next year. So don't forget, National Potato Council is a wealth of information. They're there in Washington fighting for the potato farmer, the potato industry, but also making sure that we can educate everybody to all things potato. So we'll be back at 5:15. I hope you'll join us.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, please come to the expo stage. The Spud Nation Throwdown is about to begin.
Two. Number eight. Good. Number 9. 10, number 10, number 10. Number 11.
Welcome. Really welcome. Welcome to the Potato Expo and the 4th annual Spud Nation Throwdown. This year, the Throwdown is showcasing potatoes in unique ways. They are being prepared and incorporated into the vibrant Austin food scene. 3 well-known, creative, and highly regarded local chefs from around the city will compete to see who takes the title of Top Spud. New this year, we have Simon Majumdar. Close. Potato enthusiast and world-renowned broadcaster, food writer, author, cook, Food Network judge, and TV personality. Maybe you've seen him as a judge on top Food Network shows like Cutthroat Kitchen, Iron Chef America, Beat Bobby Flay, and Extreme Chef. Today, we have him on the other side of the judges' table to host the 4th annual Spud Nation Throwdown. So let's hear it for Simon.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow, I'm so excited to be here. All right, everybody, welcome to the Spud Nation Throwdown. Come and grab a seat. I'm coughing already. They haven't even started cooking yet. So come and grab a seat, bring some food, bring that amazing potato beer. Who's had the potato beer so far? Yep. Wow, not enough of it, obviously. It sounds like a German undertaker. Who's had the potato beer? Yes, that's better. We need lots of enthusiasm. So this is the Spud Nation Throwdown, where we have got 3 fantastic chefs who have the nerve to come in front of these incredible judges, and tell them that they have made the best potato dish of the year to walk away with the prize and the bragging rights. Now, I'm going to introduce them in just a moment, but do come and sit down, grab a seat. I'm going to come out and talk to you guys. If you've got any questions, we're going to throw them at them. We're going to introduce our judges in just a moment. As said, some of the best people in the potato industry. But gentlemen, we are here for a reason. And you know what that reason is, chefs, don't you? To win. That's a good answer. So starting now, you have 1 hour to prepare the best. Who said get cooking? Step back. Dude, I didn't say that. You have 1 hour. Wow. Yeah, I can see they're excited. They've had too much of the potato beer. The best potato dish you can ever cook, starting right now. Do we get a round of applause for these people who've come in? They've come in. They've taken time off from their jobs. One is a funeral director, I believe, normally. One, I believe, helps cows being born. Spends most of his, I believe. This one we just found outside, so I'm not quite sure where he came from. But, you know, we said, do you fancy coming and cooking potato? And I want to introduce you to my right-hand man, Connor the Cam, who is going to be following me along the way. So let's go find out who these fine folks are and what they're going to be cooking for us. Sir, tell us who you are and why the hell do you think you should be cooking for these amazing judges?
My name is Ryan Spisak. I'm executive chef of the Cimarron Hills Country Club, and I'm up here today because it's mine to win.
Okay, so tell us what you're going to be cooking. And you could probably do it a tiny bit louder.
You got it. Too loud? So on this one, we're doing a spicy Yukon Gold and char siu empanada. It's going to go over a potato salad and served with Asian slaw, cilantro, and radish.
Wow, that's a great combination. So I really like that idea of that empanada. Is going to be great. Next, in the middle here, my pal, who I have known for a while, but I'm not judging. So tell us who the heck you are and what you're going to be cooking.
David Harrop. I'm a cookbook author and caterer, and I love Hasselback potatoes, so I'm doing a twist on that. We're doing a smokehouse Hasselback potato that gives you all the flavors of a smokehouse while showcasing the beautiful potato.
Absolutely, and that is the key. This is a potato dish. This is not a dish with a potato shoved in it somewhere. Chefs, be warned. I don't want this something that's been on your menu and you've suddenly gone, I'll put a potato on top of it, otherwise you'll be out of here. Okay, last but definitely not least, tell us who you are and what you're going to be doing.
My name is Brian Moses. I'm the executive chef at Olive & June here in Austin, Texas, and we're going to be doing a play on a potato pastrami.
Potato pastrami. I love the idea of that. And I also see some bone marrow down there that you're sizzling away.
Well, we're in Texas. You got to have beef in it somehow.
You definitely have. So while we're doing this, I'm also, as one of my hobbies, I also do a food history podcast. So I've actually been researching potatoes recently for an episode on fish and chips. So I thought, with your permission, during this, I would drop some potato knowledge on you. I hope that's all right. So, there you go. I love this. So, who knows the Latin name for potatoes? Gentleman there. Absolutely. Solanum tuberosum is the Latin name. The first potatoes were first found in the Andes, if they've checked the DNA, going back 8,000 to 10,000 years. So you are talking about one of the oldest crops ever found in the world. And in fact, if you go to the Andes now, they still have over 4,000 types of potatoes available in the market. So there'll be more of that to come. Let's come down. We're going to meet our incredible judges. Now, I don't know if your microphones are working yet. I know we're having some trouble, but if you are, tell us. And again, you tell us who you are and why you think you have the nerve to judge these incredible chefs, who you are in world potato.
All right, well, I'm Chef RJ Harvey. I'm a registered dietitian, and I am the Global Food Service Marketing Manager for Potatoes USA. And I think that I know a thing or two about potatoes. I do a lot of potato innovation myself, so I'm excited to see what these chefs have cooking up for us.
And I will say, if you get a chance, go and look at RJ's Facebook page. He posts potato recipes on there that are just outstanding. He takes them in all kinds of directions, and every time I see him, I realize what a worthless cook I am. Sir, Dan, tell us all about yourself.
I'm Dan Moss. I'm the chairman of the Potatoes USA. I'm a grower. I grow thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of potatoes. I love potatoes.
Who doesn't? And if you do, just leave. Just walk out in shame. I think at the moment, after my last medical, they found out I'm about 70% potato. So I'm definitely here. Addie, tell us all about yourself.
My name is Addie Broyles. I'm the food writer for the Austin American-Statesman, the newspaper here in town, and I write about home cooking.
Well, there.
And I make a mean hash brown and Spanish tortilla.
Oh.
Those are my best potato dishes.
So next time you need to be up there as well.
Only if it's a Spanish tortilla cook-off. That's the only thing I can win.
Tortillas are wonderful things. Are you excited about today?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, you're going to taste some good food, I know. Hi.
Hi.
Tell us who you are.
Hi everyone, I'm Kathy Strange and I'm the Global Executive Coordinator at Whole Foods Market for Specialty Foods. And I'm here because I'm a fantastic lover of food and I am excited to taste what the chefs have to offer.
I mean, and I know from reading the recipes of what they're going to do, it's going to be something really special. And you, sir, we've met already, but tell us all about yourself.
I'm John Keeling, and I'm with the National Potato Council temporarily. And I'm here for two reasons. One is I love food, I love potatoes, and I enjoy cooking myself, so I'm excited about watching all this. And then the most important reason is Holly said I had to do it, and if I didn't, she'd whoop me. So,
well, yes, I can totally understand that. So let's go to see what the chefs are up to. And while I'm up there, let's see. Now, any of you who come out, tomorrow I'm going to be doing a demo. I'm going to be demoing a couple of dishes, so you might hear some of these facts again, because I only have a certain amount of them. So the first people who brought potatoes to the West are what I think the most important nation in food history, the Portuguese. So the Portuguese were the ones who discovered potatoes in Latin America and South America, and they brought them to Portugal, and then through the Spanish, they went out to the rest of the world. So Portugal also are the nation that taught the Japanese how to make tempura. Amazing. They took vindaloo to India. They took chilies to China. So without the Portuguese, we would have a far less interesting world view. So Portugal, next time you think of a most important nation. Right, let's see if we can mess up with these chefs a bit. So this is the first time you've used a knife? Tell us what kind of potatoes you're using, because you've got a few different ones here.
So I'm using a tricolored fingerling potato for the potato salad. Then I've got a Yukon Gold potato that we're going to use for the empanadas. They have a really nice kind of buttery quality about them. They've got that real savory part that's going to serve as the protein of the dish.
Excellent. I love Yukon Golds. I like to use Yukon Golds for mashed potatoes. I think they hold together.
Yeah, that's all we use at the restaurant.
Yeah, Yukon Golds, I think, are just a terrific potato. So, in terms of the most potatoes eaten in the world, and some people I've shared this with, so you can't answer, which nation on earth do you think eats the most potatoes? China? No. Good choice, but not. No. China is wrong. Yes, sir. Almost. Almost. So the answer is, so just to put it into context, we lovely Americans, I'm an American citizen now, I can say we lovely Americans, we eat 110 pounds of potatoes every year. That's a heck of a lot of taters. Nothing compared to the biggest nation on earth, Belarus. The Belarusians eat, and wait for this, 350 pounds of potatoes every year. Now that's a pretty big commitment.
Good work.
Yeah. And lots of them from the United States, so that's what we think is an amazing thing. But that's a commitment to potatoes, don't you think?
Yes.
I mean, you have to go home every night and go, I'm going to sit here from now until midnight, and I'm going to do nothing but eat potatoes. It's like music to the ears of everyone. I want to hear like Hosanna sounding when you say that. 350 pounds of potatoes, lots of potatoes. Right, let me go and see what our middle chef, David, is up to. He's created some nice little hedgehogs here. May I interrupt you a moment?
Of course, and even if I said no, you still would.
Yes, I absolutely would. So tell us what you've done.
So I love Hasselback potatoes. It's that perfect combination. The center is still creamy and airy, yet get the crispy exterior, and Yukon Gold with that thin skin. Perfect application for this, I think.
Awesome. Now, I actually don't know. I'm going to have to look where the word Hasselback comes from. Do you know?
I can make up an answer, but no, I don't know the truth.
So by the end of it, you have to have made up an answer. That's part of the deal. Otherwise, I'm not presenting your dish.
Fair enough.
Let's go and see what Brian is doing down here. He's got some rings of bread, which look...
This is actually potato.
Oh, he's got some rings of potato. I beg your pardon. Tell us what you have.
So right here we've got a potato that's actually been cooked in beef fat to go with our marrow bones. That's going to be a little crispy hash brown on top.
Oh, what potatoes have you used here?
These are going to be Yukon Golds, but we're using some red potatoes. I think they're underutilized at home. I think people just think, cut them up, toss them with some rosemary and forget about them. But I think they're a great potato and trying to utilize it.
So what other ways could people use a red potato like this? So, or even other potatoes, because you're in a kitchen, you're playing with food all the time. I'd love to know, as just a kind of humble home cook, what you would do to help people who are growing potatoes but really want to know how to suggest you could use them.
I mean, you can, the potatoes, there's a reason, like in Russia, they're eating 350 pounds each. There's so much you can do with them. If you want, you can, you don't just have to have a baked potato. You can do pretty much any cooking application you want to. You can pan fry, you can sear it, you can make beautiful, mix it with pâte à choux and make.
So what's a pâte à choux?
It's a pâte à choux is going to be it's like a flour and butter dough that you make in a pan, and it's very French. I have a lot of French background in my cooking, so it comes out a lot, even though I do work at an Italian restaurant. And it just makes these little airy little pillows, almost like gnocchi.
Well, we love gnocchi, so really exciting stuff going on here. Let's see how long we have. Gentlemen, you have about 40-something minutes to go. Let's see what we've got. Now, judges, you can come up. Excuse me, Connor the Cam. You can come up if you want to see what's cooking and you want to spend some time. However, there is no talking to the chefs, no fraternizing. If I see any money crossing hands, unless it's going into this pocket here, the whole thing is off. We have certain rules up here. But if you want to come up, see what's going on, you're welcome to. If you have any questions to ask me, you can. So anyone who's sitting around, if you're wondering what all the noise is up here, this is the Spud Nation Throwdown. So do come on over, bring your food, come and grab a seat. My name is Simon Majunda. Or as it says on my business card, if you want a bald guy but Andrew Zimmern is too expensive, I'm your man. Gotta grab some water. Okay, now, so we have an answer from one of our judges. This is why they are here, because they've got the knowledge as well. So, RJ, why don't you tell us where Hasselback comes from?
Yeah, so Hasselback is actually from Stockholm. It's the restaurant in Stockholm, created in 1953 by Leif Ellison, who was the chef there that created it. And the name of the restaurant was Hasselbecken. And so that's how they got the name Hasselbeck Potatoes.
I love it. I think a round of applause for that knowledge. You'll all remember that. Okay. Let's see what's going on. So while we're doing that, I'm going to tell you the story of how potatoes became popular. You may not know that until the 1800s in France, potatoes were illegal. Potatoes were actually illegal to try and sell in France until 1800. The reason being, they believed that potatoes, it's getting crazy back here, potatoes gave you syphilis, believe it, of all things. So they were banned. And the reason they believed that is because they were grown underground. And they believed that anything grown underground had connection with the devil. So there you go. Yes, sir. Okay, we're seeing lots of great techniques here. So, Ryan, tell us what you're doing.
So right now we've got Yukon Golds going for, they're boiling in the water. We've taken some star anise, some cinnamon, some star anise, a little bit of clove and fennel seed, toasted that real fast, hit it with some hoisin, sugar, a little brown sugar, ketchup, and soy sauce. We're making our char siu sauce.
Fantastic, and that's wonderful on a pork tenderloin. That's wonderful on lots and lots of things. Great, great, great dish. So, David, do you know what Shakespeare said about potatoes?
I do not know what Shakespeare said about potatoes.
Tuber or not tuber? Hey, the money I'm getting paid, I couldn't afford a script writer. I had to come up with that one myself. Tell us what you're doing now.
So now that the potatoes are in the oven baking, now I'm working on the barbecue sauce, then I'll work on the sour cream jalapeno mixture as well.
So we've got a lot going on there. There's a lot of flavors. So when I taste things, when I'm judging, one of the big problems is that we get too many flavors. So how are you going to try and balance that?
I'm really keeping the focus on the potato. I sliced the sausage very thin, and that went between the slices and the potato. So as potatoes cook, the sausage will render out, flavoring the potatoes, but it's still going to be all about the potato.
So that sounds, I have to say, really delicious. Brian, I have a question for you. How does a potato farmer stay well balanced?
How?
They have a chip on both shoulders. I'm sorry. Then I'm going to warn you now. They're not going to get any better. So tell us what you've got. So much equipment going on here. You've got your ricer. You've got your processor. You've got what's boiling up in there.
I've got potatoes in each for different purposes.
Potatoes.
Potatoes in each. I'm actually going to be making a potato puree and putting it into the other potato.
So potato upon potato. It sounds a little risque to me, but we'll see what happens. I'm really excited by what's going on here. So many different approaches. Let's see. Let's go and see. Connor the Cam, we're going to go and see our judges. Let's see what they're thinking. What's exciting them. What they're liking, what they're not liking. RJ.
Yes, sir.
How you feeling, sir? Are you getting like excited now? You're getting
I'm
ready
getting
to
jazzed. I'm getting pumped in here, Simon. I mean,
are?
all the smells, all the potatoes, like,
I think
gotta love that.
Do you like the different techniques? You're saying you are a master chef. I've seen your work. So are you excited by what we've got in here?
What they've described so far sounds absolutely amazing. I like all the different techniques, different flavor profiles of each individual chef kind of shining through. Really excited for the potato pastrami that he's working on there, as well as the smokehouse Hasselbeck.
Don't give the game away, dude.
So it'll be good. It'll be interesting. Fun to see.
You're going to get lots of different tastes. Dan, let me know. What are you thinking? Are you getting excited?
I'm getting plenty excited. Do you know that he made that up where Hasselbeck came from?
Was that just
and you
potato?
You bit off and agreed.
Was that potato BS?
Absolutely true.
I'm going to check that out, and if not, I'm going to hunt you down. I'm coming after you. If you have just, because if I share that on nationwide TV, if I'm standing there and Alton Brown goes, so the Hasselbeck potato, and I go, well, dude, let me tell you all about the Hasselbeck potato, and it is complete B and S.
And I'm gonna text you afterwards and say, gotcha.
Yeah, as my career crumbles. Well, thank you very much. Now I'm just going to slope off into the corner. Addie, what do you think?
I love the variety of cuisines that we're seeing represented up here and the ingredients. So I write a lot about grocery stores and grocery culture. And so when I see mayonnaise, ketchup, the same cream that I have in my refrigerator right now, it's encouraging because it's like, well, maybe I could make this at home.
Well, that is the thing I think with potatoes and the dishes you see here. There's lots of technique. But the majority of what you're going to see here, you could do at home. And I think that's the thing. We should talk about the versatility of potatoes. They're an amazing ingredient. They get underutilized. We talk about baking, boiling, frying, mashing, but there's so much more that you can do with them.
You know what I made recently?
What did you make?
Potato skin chips.
Oh.
To crumble on top of baked potato soup.
Awesome. Potato skin chicharron. They are so good. I'm going to make some tomorrow. They are so good with like a spicy dip, or you made some with pimento cheese the other day.
Yeah, and the pimento cheese was actually made all out of potatoes as well. So we just used pimentos, potatoes, carrots, blended together. It was completely plant-based. It was wonderful.
It was. Go look at the picture again on his Facebook. What do you think, Addie? Are you excited?
So excited, and what's so interesting is to see the way they're going to present those textures together and how the flavors meld. So I just looked at every table. Everyone came at it from a unique perspective. So reflecting the flavors is going to be very interesting.
And you get to see, some of the most incredible ingredients. You're at Whole Foods, you get everything, and it's the best of the best. That's just what you're all about. So when you see a potato, how would you try and talk to people about the versatility of the potato? Why you think it should get much more preference in a kitchen?
Well, I think the flavors are so unique. People think potato is a potato, and that's so not accurate. I think the dynamic, profiles within that, what potatoes are reflects so many things, and you can cook them any way. So beyond roasting, it's not just to be boiled. The skins have unique flavors. I actually love even mashed potatoes with skins on. And so I just think the opportunity and how it also acts as a blend for different flavors. It's such a versatile product. So.
And every cuisine as well. I've traveled around the world a lot. It operates, every cuisine I go to, they have their special take on potatoes. And I know we're seeing a little of that there. Now, what, are you getting excited here at the end?
I am excited. I'm learning something. One, I'm amazed at how calm they are given the time and everything. And
We'll soon deal with that. Don't you worry. We'll deal with that.
Amazing. The other amazing thing to me is I did not realize you could actually cook without drinking wine. I thought it was impossible. And
I tell you what, we haven't got them a potato beer. Someone needs to get the chefs a potato beer. Would you, chefs? Would you be up for a potato beer? Yeah, I think we've got some. I think we might have to get them one. I agree with you. That sound is the sound of the kitchen.
Yes, it is.
So, well, we'll see. We'll definitely see if we get a potato beer in them. Maybe that could be a challenge from Uncle Simon to our chefs. Maybe we get them a potato beer and they have to incorporate it in their dish in one way. We'll see. No, we're not going to do. Oh no, we're not going to do it. I've been told. Oh well, I'll just drink it. Okay. Let's think. Okay, so we're taking the story of potatoes ever forward. Who was the king? This is a question. Now, I've been given this to play with. It's a yo-yo, I'm told, but I'm really bad at it, so it's just called a yo. I haven't used one of these in 50 years, but we have these to give away, and they're rather excellent. Who knows who the king was who introduced potatoes to the world and made them the most successful vegetable in Europe? Anyone? Anyone know? Okay, this is a really interesting one. He loved potatoes so much that if you go to his grave, people actually put potatoes on it every day as a memorial. One of the greatest kings, Frederick the Great of Prussia. Frederick the Great of Prussia believed that potatoes were capable of curing everything, gout, everything. And he also liked the fact that they were buried underground, because then if anyone invaded the country, the soldiers wouldn't be able to destroy them as they did the crops on top. So Frederick the Great loved them. And the way that he got his people to eat them was I'm going to climb over this, otherwise it's going to be an accident. He built a field filled with potatoes. He put a fence around it, and he said that it was a special royal crop and no one else could eat it. But he made sure it was guarded really badly. And everyone came in then to sneak because they wanted the royal dish. And then potatoes became the single biggest dish in Prussia. So there you have it, Frederick the Great. And every year, on the day of his birth, I believe, people go and they sing songs about potatoes and lay them on his grave. So we have Frederick the Great to thank. So no one got that, so no one gets the yo. chefs, you've got 25, you've got 20 minutes left. Do a little bit more. No, I'm just joking with you. You've got about 35 minutes left. Well, that looks great. See what I did there? That looks I said they're not going to be any better. Tell us what you're doing now.
So right now I'm putting together my Napa slaw. And so I'm grating down the carrot. I've got peppers, onions, some Napa cabbage, and cilantro, and just a little bit of onion. Give it some nice, fresh, clean flavors to kind of cut through all the fat of the rest of the dish.
So tell us a little bit more about your background, where you're from originally, and kind of where you've ended up now, and what you're cooking sort of on a day-to-day basis, and where potatoes might fit into that.
Well, I grew up in California, and then I moved to the East Coast. I was in the Carolinas, down in Charleston, and up in Virginia. Did a tour at the Boar's Head Inn. Did a bunch of cooking in restaurants there. As far as potatoes incorporated into our daily dishes at the club, I mean, we use a ton of them in a lot of different ways. So we use, like I said, the Yukon for the mashed potatoes, but we've got one dish that calls on a potato dough that we're using right now that goes for some stuff. We make gnocchi in-house, a lot of different things of that nature. So yeah, we definitely play with them a lot.
Talk to me about gnocchi, because it's one of those things that a lot of people think is really hard, but it's actually pretty simple to make at home. And once you've had a house-made or a restaurant-made gnocchi compared to just a store-bought, it's such a difference.
Yeah, no comparison whatsoever as to when you're making them yourself in-house. And you know, they're really, really simple to do, actually. They're very unintimidating. The biggest thing with them is just making sure once you get them, once you get that batter, or not batter, but the dough mixed up, is that you got to work with them fairly quickly after that, because it's going to want to start drying out. And but if you get them blanched, I mean, you can make them in batches, even holding them in your oven and stuff, or holding them in your kitchen at home, just in the refrigerator. If you just want to have something you can bust out of work one night, throw them in a hot saute pan with some butter, some herbs, and maybe a little bacon. Great.
Fantastic thing. And I found that you can actually make a big batch of them and put them in the freezer in doggy bags or little Ziploc bags, enough for 1 or 2 portions. You just bring them in, drop them in some water, or saute them in the pan with a little brown butter. They are so good. So do try making those at home. David, how are we doing? You look like you're pretty much on top of everything. You know you should switch the oven on. No, see, that always gets to people. Now, tell us what you're up to right now.
So the most important thing for me was to get the potatoes in the oven pretty quickly so they can cook. Now I'm just working on the accents, the accoutrements, to highlight the potatoes. We're going to have some pickles and onions. The acidity and the bite of the onion will cut through the richness of the potato and the sauce and the sausage. We'll have the barbecue sauce, which is a very classic Central Texas style barbecue sauce, but they'll all be there to highlight the potato.
And of course, hoping there's no one from Kansas here, we are in the barbecue capital of the world, aren't we?
Not even open for discussion. Absolutely, barbecue capital of the world. Barbecue and music capital of the world.
Gotta love Texas. Okay, I'm going to come out and have a chat with you guys out there in a moment. Bring my pal Connor the cam. But let's see what's going on out here. You've been hollowing out some taters.
Yeah, so I'm blanching these guys off, and then I'm gonna coat them in some of our marrow fat from earlier. Put some pastrami spice on, finish them in the oven so they have that nice roasted flavor to them, and then we'll finish up the puree that's gonna go inside.
And I can see you're blanching off some garlic. You're blanching off some garlic there.
Yeah, putting the garlic and bay leaf and some sage in with them, just to add aromatics, add flavor wherever we can, and layer it in.
That's the whole thing. I think one of the differences between restaurant cooking and maybe home cooking is you're going to layer those flavors in. So you're really going to build flavors. And when you have that great restaurant dish, could you just pull out one of those potatoes so we can show my pal Connor the cam there so they can see how you've hollowed that out?
Yeah, and I don't have anything fancy for this. I literally just use a tablespoon measurer.
So you're going to fill that up. Yep. Awesome. Right, let's go and see what the good folks of the Potato Expo are thinking out there. Right. Are we? Oh, we're back on. Excellent. Let's come down here. Let's see who we're going to talk to. People are getting worried. Colleen, let's see how are you today? Where are you from? Tell us all about yourself.
I'm from Oakley, Idaho, the potato state. I'm going to get in trouble for that one.
The potato capital of the world, I'm told. Who's going to throw things? Wonderful place.
Absolutely.
What do you think about what you're seeing up on stage?
I love watching the different combinations that they use, and like you said, the potato is so completely versatile. It's wonderful.
Excellent. Now, do you have a favorite type of potato?
I think there is actually a potato casserole that I put together that starts with a boiled or baked, and grind them up and add wonderful soups, or just something to give it flavor. Plus your favorite meat chopped up. We love that.
Oh, real home style though, so comforting. Fantastic. Now I'm getting hungry, and I'm half full of fajita from this morning, and I'm still hungry now. Let's go and see what, look at, you see, we have a fantastic group of people here. Have you had lots of beer and drinks?
No, not particularly. Are you enjoying yourself? Yes, very much so.
What do you think about what you're seeing up on stage?
I think the guy all the way to the right is doing it right because he's using red potatoes.
I'm just going to go out on a limb here and tell me if I'm wrong. I'm betting you're involved in the red potato business.
Just a little bit.
See? Well, they are fantastic potatoes. Well, okay, let me ask you as a question, as someone who's involved in the business, how would you best prepare them? What's your favorite way?
I think potatoes are great always.
Is the correct answer for the Potato Expo. Good job. Right, let's wander down over here. Anyone who's wondering what all this noise is, come and join us. We're at the Spud Nation Throwdown. We're having a lot of fun. We're trying to see what's going on. I'm going to come up and see if I can surprise this gentleman. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Where are you from? And what's that you're drinking, and why don't I have one?
I'll go get you one, just a second.
What is it? What are you drinking?
Coke.
Oh, I'm not so interested now. I thought you people were party people. Where are you from?
New Brunswick, Canada.
Oh, we love the Canadians. Excellent. Big potato culture up in Canada?
It's sporadic around the country, but yes.
Isn't one of the greatest potato dishes of all time from Canada?
Yes. Everybody loves poutine.
Everybody here love poutine? Anyone had poutine? This is the quietest crowd ever. Everybody love poutine? Yes. Okay, so what's your favorite topping on poutine?
It's got to be the cheese.
Just curds and gravy? Or, classic.
Keeping it simple.
Classic Canadian. I make a poutine, if you go on YouTube, with chicken tikka masala on top of it. And it is awesome. Even though I say so myself, tikka poutine. Give it a try. It'll change your life. Right. Let's go back and see what we're doing. Chefs, are we happy? Yes. Okay, let's change that. Okay, this is where I tell you that you've all got to swap stations and finish each other's dishes. No. But you believed me for just a second, didn't you? So you now have about 20 minutes left. So you better be... These are still looking a little undercooked back there. Whoa, well, I think you're going to cut it pretty close to the wire, but you don't seem to be sweating yet.
Not yet, no.
You're still pretty confident?
So far, absolutely.
So I want to know what you think about your competitors' dishes, because you've had a chance to chat. They're doing very different dishes. Do you wish you hadn't gone for something so very simple?
No. They're very talented chefs, but there's a lot of ingredients. Who knows? Maybe the potato will get lost in the shuffle.
Are you throwing down? You really are throwing down there. That's smack talk going on there. I like simplicity. Sometimes. It's a great looking dish. I'm just giving him. We know each other. Now this guy, I went to where Ryan cooks, and I have to say, the food was so good. And there's one of the happiest sounds in the world. The sizzle o' meat. Meat and potatoes. But you're taking it in a different direction. Tell us what you're doing.
So right now I'm going to get a sear on the pork belly, then I'm going to strain out the char siu sauce that we made earlier, let that render down, and just kind of hang out for about 20 minutes or so to get all those flavors in there.
So you're going to let it marinate. They're going to bathe together. Pork belly, potatoes, char siu. Sounds off the scale. Down here at the end, our quiet, ever so confident Chef Brian, who just seems like fully up with it. Nothing seems to be bothering him. Tell us how you're feeling.
Well, you're the only one bothering me today.
Whoa. That got really dark really quickly. Wow. Okay. No points for this guy. So, Judge, well, I'll come back. I'll let you have a chance to think about the way you've behaved, and I'll come back. So, judges, the one rule we had when they're presenting their dishes, and the judges, the chefs are going to come here and present to you, hopefully weeping. They have one rule, and it's the rule that we always use on the Food Network. At no point are you allowed to mention your grandmother. Never. You're not allowed to go, my grandmother taught me this. You're not allowed to go, this is in memory of my grandmother. So if anyone does that, immediately, 0 points, 0 points across the board. That's the only thing I have to ask. Otherwise, it's entirely down to you guys. No problem. Okay, let's see if we can get another yo out to someone. The next stage of potato history. We're back in France. There was one man in France who decided that he wanted to make potatoes the dish. So he started throwing parties for the nobility where all he served was potatoes. He did potato ice cream. He did potato, gosh, what else did he do? He did just everything had potatoes in. And he persuaded at one of these parties Marie Antoinette. We all know Marie Antoinette, you know. Persuaded, yes, that was very graphic. Persuaded Marie Antoinette and her husband Louis the 15th, that they had to wear the potato flour, which is very pretty. I'm sure all you growers know this. Very pretty flour. To wear it in their ear, and then everybody wanted to do that. Started wearing the potato flour as a buttonhole, and he persuaded France to become then the next great grower of potatoes, even though it had been illegal. If anyone can name that man, and there is a famous potato dish, sir. Yes, Auguste Antoine Parmentier. Everyone know the dish, potatoes Parmentier? A round of applause for that gentleman. With the beautiful hairstyle. I salute you, brother. Yeah, looking desperate. You walk in. Have you ever done that, where you go into a barber's and you go, could I just have it short on top? I've done that whenever I'm bald. There's a few of us I see out here. We're becoming a brotherhood. Parmentier. So hence the potatoes Parmentier, which is a classic dish. Chefs, have you ever cooked potatoes Parmentier?
No.
Huh?
Nope.
So this gentleman has. Tell me when you last cooked it.
Culinary school.
Culinary school. That's how long ago. Tell us what potatoes Parmentier are.
Oh, God, I honestly don't even remember.
Okay. It was a memorable test. It was obviously something that you loved. So, potatoes Parmentier. Amazing. So we have that. So, who will do another? Do we have more yo-yos? Excellent. Who invented the chips or the French fry? And so we're going to go, Belgians, this gentleman down here. Okay, so we're going to tell you the story of fish and chips. Nobody knows, but fish and chips. Where do you think fish and chips is most famous? Britain, absolutely. That doesn't get you a yo-yo. But did you know fish and chips was created by the Belgians and the Portuguese? In Portugal, they had the Jewish population used to fry fish in batter, and they actually got thrown out of Belgium and ended up thrown out of Portugal and ended up in London when they were expelled. The Belgian Huguenots used to fry potatoes in horse fat, and they got expelled by Louis XIV and ended up in London. And on the streets of London, they would sell them separately in East London, like Jack the Ripper territory. And then they intermarried and started selling them together, and that became fish and chips. So fish and chips began in Portugal and Belgium. Thank you. And Thomas Jefferson actually wrote about eating fish fried in the Jewish style and potatoes cooked in horse fat when he wrote back to America. So there you go, the history of fish and chips. Now I want to say, we've got some frying going on. They look like they're actually doing some work now, so I'm going to come in and see what they're doing. Let me talk to the chef with the big mouth right now, who I don't know, I liked him at first. Now we're crossing over. Tell me what you're doing now.
So we've got some russet potatoes that I've cooked earlier in beef fat, and now I'm searing them almost like a tater tot or a little potato pancake in the marrow fat that we had left over.
And that's, so when you say you cook them in beef fat, did you do them like a confit where you covered them in the fat?
Yes. Yeah, they were completely submerged.
So if you take any ingredient like a potato and you submerge them in fat, you cook them really slowly, they're going to really take on this succulence from that fat. They're going to be just awesome. You can see that there. Look at this color. Those are very pretty. Despite the things you've said about me, I think you're doing very well. Now, David, you just basically have done now, haven't you? You might as well just have a deck chair, sitting back with your potato beer. What up to you? We have no potato beers for the chefs. I was told they were going to get some, but anyway.
So tell us. So it's all, anytime you're cooking either in the home or in the professional kitchen, it's all about preparation and planning, and that's what we're doing here.
So let me ask you a question. If you were Parmentier and someone said, we're doing a whole meal with potatoes, give me 3 courses you do, appetizer, not necessarily dessert, but if you had to do 3 of the best.
I would start with gnocchi because it's light. You do maybe a nice pesto, so it's bright. Great first start. Second course, the main course, the star, Hasselback potatoes, of course. Yep. And then I would do a dessert.
Because I hear that Hasselback potatoes are a competition-winning dish.
Rumor has it, yes. And then I would do donuts with potato flour. I had it in a bakery in Idaho, and they were amazing. Really great texture, really crisp. So I would do a potato dessert as well.
Awesome. And as RJ proved, you could put them towards any use. Right. Good to see. You could tell the chefs, they're so used to cleaning up. He's got actually the same knife as mine. Sure, I like those. Your nice Japanese knives. So tell us what you're doing here. There's a lot of blending going in. There's a lot of work in your dish. There's a lot of different stages. I can see from the fact that you're getting a little excited, that you're beginning to regret all these.
Yeah, sometimes you bite off a little more than you can chew, and you're like, hey, I have a running joke at work, actually, after I write menus, and I look at them today, we're actually having to present them for, like, wine dinners and stuff. So who thought this was a good idea?
Yep. Well, sometimes it's one of those things when you do a dish in a competition, like if you're doing Cutthroat Kitchen or Iron Chef, it all looks so much easier on paper, and then you start cooking. Let's go down, let's see. We don't have terribly long, so we're going to be finishing fairly soon. The chefs, what we're going to do, just to explain to everyone who's kind enough to come along and watch, as each chef finishes their dish, we're not going to ask them to wait because we want the judges to eat them when they're warm. They're going to come and present. They're going to drop the dishes in front of the judges, then come and discuss it here, and so you'll all get to hear and see what they say. Okay, let's go and follow our... Let's go and have one more chat with our judges, and then we'll go out and see the audience, see what's going on. RJ, you've been watching the technique. You've been, like, riveted on that screen. I can see, like, you're putting your professional heart and soul into this. What are you thinking? Seen any particular technique that you go, I'm gonna use that one?
Definitely. I've already thought about stealing ideas from each one of these chefs up here.
It's not stealing, it's homage.
It's a homage. I'll just let them
Homage.
know. I'll give them a shout out before I steal it. No, all the chefs have been doing some great ideas. I like chef over here that's poached the potato in some of those aromatics. That's a really nice technique to see. The chasu and all of the different flavors that Chef Ryan's using over here are spectacular. So I'm really excited for all the dishes to come out soon.
Excellent. Now, Dan, last time I came here, you ruined my day. What are you going to tell me now? I have some illness. Anything else?
I'm going to tell you my favorite potato dish.
Oh, go on. Absolutely. I want to hear it.
I love baked potatoes.
And how do you like them, though?
You gotta cook them just right, though. Big bakers.
Big uns.
Big uns. And you rub them in olive oil. Rub some seasoning salt on them. Put them on the pan. Bake them at 425 for an hour.
So the outside's
or so.
going to get nice and crisp?
Oh, they get so crispy on the outside. You cut them open, they're just steaming inside. Then go over there to my wife. She makes the greatest salsa.
Oh, salsa on a baked potato.
She has a homemade recipe. She makes up great salsa. Put that on there. Delicious.
Again, you should be up here. That sounds fantastic. A great baked potato, you know, for all the wonderful things the chefs are doing, all the wonderful things RJ does on Facebook, simple potato dishes, like great chips, I mean British chips, are fantastic. And baked potatoes, great mashed potatoes, probably one of the greatest dishes. RJ will know it, I'm sure. One of the greatest dishes ever made in the world. He died last year. Was a mashed potato dish.
Yes. By Monsieur Robuchon.
Joel Robuchon, which is just probably 50% potato, 50% butter, rice, and it is, when you've eaten it there, it is so ridiculously good. Addie, what have you seen? Have you seen anything that you want to try again at home?
I was particularly interested in the marrow and the tallow that was being used over here. Kathy and I were fantasizing about tater tots, perhaps, fried in tallow, some aioli on the side.
Tallow's a wonderful thing. Doesn't get used as much now, but good chips should always be fried in tallow. Kathy, what do you think? I know, it's when you have great food, don't you do that? You go...
Well, I'm also wondering where's the cheese, because I love cheese with any potatoes, and I see it. Oh, my friend, his secret ingredient up there.
We see some...
All right, there we go.
He's sneaking in.
All about it.
I'm doing a dish tomorrow. If anyone comes back, you'll hear some of these facts again if you do, so I apologize for that. But I'm going to do a dish from Italy that I found recently, where you take a potato, I was telling you earlier, you parboil it, slice it on the bias, and then immediately toss it in flour and parmesan and pan fry it so it souffles up a little, and then you cover it in a little sour cream, microgreens, and then lots of parmesan on top. And they serve it in Italy with bistecca fiorentina. It's so good.
Yummy.
So we'll do that tomorrow. You've just gone wide-mouthed now. You're speechless for the first time today. You are speechless.
Possibly the first time in my life. But yeah.
The thought of cheese and potatoes could do that to a man.
It will.
Are you excited? You're excited? You're going to be tasting in about 5 to 10 minutes, so you need to be pretty ready. Chefs, are we almost there? It's total silence.
So, do you have any advice for us in terms of how we should taste and in what order we should taste it, so that we do it to appropriately taste it?
That's a great question. And let me hop up on stage and I'll tell you how I normally taste. Chefs, how are we getting on? Are we almost there? You have about 10 minutes.
We have a hard out. The lights are going to start going off. Okay, so if you're ready, we're going to start thinking about it. Okay, so the question was, how do you taste? Well, when we taste on the shows, I actually do have a way I taste on Iron Chef or Cutthroat Kitchen or Beat Bobby Flay. The first thing, how does it look? Does it look good? Do you want to eat it? That whole thing about you want your eyes eat first, they absolutely do. So does it look good? Yep. You're going to give it. Does it smell good? You will always see me when I'm on the shows. I'll get the plate and I do this. God didn't give me this for my looks. I know you find that hard to believe, but he didn't. And then, because what you can do is you can tell if one ingredient has been overused. You can tell if something is burnt. You can tell everything about a dish from that aroma, particularly if they have used, and let's see, we have a yo-yo, Phil? Phil, we have a yo-yo? Oh, excellent. So I'm going to ask you the question. For those of you who watch the Food Network, what is the one ingredient that is guaranteed to get you thrown out of any competition on the Food Network if you use it immediately? Anybody? I hear it from behind, but I want to see if anyone has it out there. No, ketchup. People, I love ketchup. What's the one ingredient? I'll tell you. And we'll give the yo-yo away anyway. We'll find someone nice. Oh, we have someone. Truffle oil, yes, yes, sir. So let me tell you why. Truffle oil is the single most nasty ingredient. Oh, I hope there's no truffle oil growers here. I'm going to be dead. Truffle oil, he says, whispering. It's not made out, it's been nowhere near a truffle. It's made out of a byproduct of the gasoline industry called 2,4-dipsopentane. Doesn't sound so good now, does it? But has the vague replication of the aroma of a truffle. So when you walk down the stairs of like Cutthroat Kitchen or I come on Beat Bobby Flay, and it smells, it hits you, and you can see, and you just immediately throw someone out. So it's never buy truffle oil. It's awful stuff. Anyway, so we have a yo-yo. So someone want a yo-yo. So how are we doing? David, you're pretty close. This man is pretty close. You don't have long left. Are you going to be able to get your empanadas going? So we're on time. Chef here. We're plating. So are you? I think you might be the first dish. So we're almost up. So okay, let's see. Where do we go from? Fish and chips. Where was the next dish? Huh? Oh, how else do I thank heavens I have my wife here. She reminds me. Sorry, I went off in a tangent because of truffle oil. I blame that on you. So the next thing you do, obviously you're going to taste the food. So you smell first. The next thing I do is I'll taste a bit of each ingredient separately to make sure that they've all been cooked properly. So if there's a green on there, if there's a sauce on there, taste it so you can see what it's like on its own. Then I taste it all together because I want to see how it works as a dish. So a dish needs to each be cooked properly, but it needs to work together as a dish. And this is one of the things, obviously, for you guys when you're judging now. Yes, you want to see how they use the potato, but if the potato is cooked beautifully but doesn't sit in the dish, then I think you might struggle with the judging. And finally, on that taste, I have my own rule, which is a fairly kind of simple rule. Did the dish make me happy? Did I want to eat this again? And sometimes if there's a competition and we have two chefs, we had one on Beat Bobby Flay not so long ago, and you see the chefs and the dishes were both fantastic, I go, which one would I pay money for in a restaurant? And that was the guy I gave the win to. So that's to answer your question, there is a technique to it. But in the end, let's remember, this is potatoes, and potatoes make people happy. So did the dish make you happy? In the end, if you're close with any of them, which one of these dishes made you happy? Because let's face it, the chefs don't look very happy right now. They're looking like they're struggling. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to walk behind so Connor the cam can come and see what's going on. That looks really pretty. So tell me what you've done underneath. There's a little smear there.
Smoked onion bone marrow puree that also has some mustard in it, and then we've got to go with the pastrami. I mean, it's a classic pairing. And then we've got pretty much potatoes done 3 different ways. We've got the crispy potato on top, made from the Yukons in the beef fat. The red potatoes done both in a puree in the middle and roasted on the outside.
A lot of great techniques in there. I think a lot of people, if you want to take home one thing from each person, I think the idea of just cooking the potatoes in that beef fat until they're really soft and frying them off so they get a beautiful texture, and I can see that that's going to deliver a really wonderful texture on there. David, how are you doing?
Another minute or 2, I'm going to be ready to plate.
So I think Brian is probably going to go first. You're probably going to go second. I was joking when I said simple. There's lots of flavors gone in here. You can already smell it coming out of the back here, I have to say. It smells awesome. A lot of thought gone into it, but nice, local, simple flavors.
And that's, again, it's highlight the potato and the local smokehouse staples pulled together.
Okay, so we're going to get moving because I know we've got a hard out here. Ryan, I could see you doing yours. Those are going to go, are you going to fry those off or bake those off? So we're going to fry them. So here's an interesting with empanada. I think in Argentina they bake. A lot of the world, they fry them. So we're getting together here on these empanada. You've got beautiful... I'm going to leave him because he's getting a little nervous towards the end. Because it would be totally wrong to stand... No, I'm not going to do that. That would be so unfair. I'm going to stand out of the way. While we're here, can we have a round of applause again for these amazing chefs? We went around, they've put in so much time getting the dishes ready, working with the lovely, lovely people from Potato Expo. They've been fantastic. I love this little fryer here. I'm going to be using that tomorrow. What temperature will you be frying them at?
It doesn't really give you a temperature, Chef.
So it's either on or off, so we don't have a temperature. If you're ever uncertain about your frying temperature and you want to check it's ready, get the end of a wooden spoon and dip it in the oil. If it starts to bubble, then it's ready. It's usually about 350 then. End of a wooden spoon. Are you ready? So we have our first chef. Let's hear it for Chef Brian Moses. We can walk around. So Chef Brian, please tell the judges what you have for them.
All right, so we've got potato pastrami, or a play on one. Classic pastrami sandwich, something I grew up eating. Typically done with brisket. We're in Texas. I wanted to get that kind of that same umami and smoky flavor. So just using the potato, obviously, here instead. We have folded into the puree, which is inside, is going to be the bone marrow. Again, I wanted that beef flavor to really shine through. The top is the, for lack of a better word, it is a tallow fried tater tot. And then we've got a smoked onion mustard puree with pickled mustard seeds. So while there's a lot of components, they all build on it. The idea is they build on each other and that they have a lot of the same flavors because they are the same things, just to try and build more and more layers. So thank you.
Awesome. Well done. Well, tuck in, as we say in England, and then let's see. We'll get the next chef will be out to you very soon. So give them a few moments. Good job, that one. How are they frying for you? Good, good. Because I'm going to use one of those, so I want to make sure we can drop yours before we finish back up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Chefs, judges rather, my friends, we're going to keep bringing the next dish as they do. So obviously take a taste, make your notes, but we'll put the next dish in front of you just because we're aware of time. So now we're walking down our second dish. And you see, this is how chefs work. They're helping each other, even though there's a competition, they're helping each other bring the dishes down because they're good folks. David, do you want to come and introduce your dish? Do you want help plating up? Yeah, do you want help plating up? Yeah, why don't you... So David, why don't you tell everyone what you've prepared for them today?
So I tried to stay true to both the local flavors and the potato. Very much what you'd find in any kind of barbecue place. You have the sausage, you have the jalapenos and sour cream, you have the barbecue sauce, pickles and onions. But we showcase the potato, and as it cooked through, the sausage would render out and flavor the potato as well. So, and again, it's the pickles and the jalapenos and the onions help cut through the richness of the potato and the sour cream and the sausage.
Awesome. I have to say, that's the sort of dish I would order in every barbecue restaurant, so I'm getting kind of jealous up here right now. Thank you. Okay, we just have a few more minutes and we'll get the final dish. He's just going to be on time, so I'm excited to see what goes on. I was a little worried for a moment because yeah. Do you need... Okay, one more dish to come. We have about 2 minutes, and then we're going to be turning to you for some scores. Judges, you can't give me any verbal answer, but thumbs up, thumbs down. What do we think? Are we happy? Very much thumbs up. Thank you very much. I'm not getting to taste it, but it smells great. They're in. This looks really nice. Definitely worth the wait for the final dish. The smells up here are incredible, I have to say. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Are we... Are we getting our scores put in already? Good, we've got one more dish. Then we'll get... Don't worry too. Okay, and again, the chefs are going to help walk them down, which is just the kind of spirit we like to see in these competitions. Why don't you come talk to me? Love it. Thank you, chefs, for that. Thank you for being for your camaraderie. So, Ryan, that was a little harder than you thought, I think, but an amazing looking dish. Tell us what we've got.
All right, so here we've got a spicy Yukon Gold and char sweet pork belly empanada sitting over a potato salad that's got a little bit of soy, sambal, and sweet chili sauce. It's mayonnaise based. And then we also have on the side, the salad's a Napa slaw with peppers, onions, cilantro, a little bit of fresh ginger in there, and some toasted sesame seeds. So I was kind of going with the theme that if we were in Austin and everything here, like real trendy right now is the whole Korean barbecue scene. So that was the direction I was going with this and the barbecue idea. So it had potato salad and slaw basically in a sandwich.
Congratulations to all of them. I hope everybody has seen from the audience here amazing techniques under this kind of pressure. And I know I've done this kind of competition cooking. It's really stressful when you're on that side. It's easy when you're on my side. It's not so good when you're on that side. So they've done an amazing job. Can we have a round of applause for our judges as well? Really terrific people have come in again. It's not the hardest job in the world to sit and eat really great food, by the way. So let's not clap too loudly. You know, let's not milk it. We're going to get our points together soon. They look pretty happy. You can always tell when you're judging. If all the judges are silent, it usually means something's going either horribly wrong or really well. Yeah. So chefs, I know you were kind enough to come along and give us your time today for the bragging rights, but we do have some gifts for you to take home. These fantastic skillets, and they have been embossed with your names on the back and the Austin. Aren't these beautiful? Yeah, I might be tempted to steal one of these off you. So this one is for you. Really beautiful. David, one for you. Thank you so much again for your time. You guys are incredible. And Brian, awesome again. Thank you so much. Judges, we also have some of those for you, which we're going to give out privately afterwards. Some of these beautiful skillets, just to say thank you so much for your time helping us today. We really, really appreciate it. Okay, let's get those scores in. We've had plenty of time, I think, now. Hit those buttons. It's all electronic here. None of your pads and papers like we have at Iron Chef. While we're waiting. So any questions from the audience? Does anyone want to ask anything? Does anyone want to share some potato love? Does anyone want to know anything about Food Network? We've got a few minutes before we have to do. Anyone? I'll tell you about the time that I was asked to cook on Iron Chef, which was the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sitting judging, and the producers came up and said, "Say yes," which is a bad thing if a TV producer ever asks you that. You never say yes. And I went, yes, because I had to go and have supper with my wife, who was getting hungry. And they go, tomorrow, you're going to be cooking with Morimoto against Bobby Flay. I went, white. And Morimoto then comes up to me. He was up there watching the show from before. And Morimoto forgets that everyone isn't Japanese. So he starts speaking to me in Japanese. And I said in the interview afterwards, he made me an offer I couldn't understand. So I ended up cooking with him, and I did nothing. Because it's Morimoto. What am I going to do with Morimoto? I was just silly. So I stood there, and basically he spoke to me in Japanese for an hour, and every now and again there was one word, like tomato. And I go, I'm going to go and do something with a tomato until he tells me to stop. I don't care what. And he's in the middle doing Morimoto things that are just complete genius. And I'm on the side chopping a tomato. While Alton Brown goes, it looks like all Simon's doing is chopping a tomato. If you ever see the episode. But it was, and we did win. So now we beat Bobby Flay. So now every time I see Bobby, I say to him, I have a 1-0 record over you in Kitchen Stadium. And you can imagine with Bobby, that doesn't go down terribly well. How are we doing on those scores? Excellent. Wow. Excellent. So, do you, I'm not going to, I'm only announcing the winner. I'm not going to go third, second. Okay, fine. Because I just think it's, yeah. Just do that. Okay. So the lovely Emma, we sent Emma out earlier to find an award, and she apparently stole this from Elvis's body. Isn't this fantastic? Yeah. This is completely, I mean, look at it. Any chef would be proud to have that hanging in their kitchen. So it's the reason we were just having a little hubbub, judgely hubbub in the side, is it's very close. Kind of very close for the second and third. One definite winner, though. And the winner of Spud Nation Throwdown 2019 is Brian Moses. Hold that up. Hold it way up. Champion. God, come on, you could milk it more than that. Come on, at least run with it. Run! Oh, that's true. Yeah, the victory lap. Rub it in their faces. Look what I got. Congratulations to all of our chefs. Thank you to our amazing judges. Thank you to the Spud Nation champion. Hold it up one more time. Let's get it. Thank you all for coming along, sharing the potato love. We love you back. We'll see you next year. Take care.